for a little small amount of background because we don't have a lot of background because we're just making this all up.
Yay.
So the map here that you should be able to see
Mm-hmm.
is the island of Valinor. This is the birthplace and homeland of the elves in this world. Um, the current empire that is ruled by a group of elves um, that were I sort of described this in the last game that they were originally would have been considered the moon elves as far as like the Forgotten Realms lore is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And they fought the sun elves. And if you look at the bottom of the map there, where it's all black, and that is known as the Dead Fields, which is where the sun elves were originally from. There's not a whole lot of uh, as I've mentioned multiple times previously that you haven't heard. Um, history is written by the victors. So the only thing that everybody sort of agrees upon is that the Sun Elves started the war, but the Moon Elves were victorious, and through powerful magic, destroyed essentially all of the Sun Elves, and pretty much laid waste to their land, and that's still pretty much uninhabitable today. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the Moon Elves don't call themselves Moon Elves anymore. As far as they're concerned, all elves on the surface are the same. They're all elves. Um, the Drow are different. The Drow live under the mountains, and for the most part keep to themselves, and the Empire ignores them. There is some trading that goes on, but nothing too dramatic. As far as where we are, Testra is the capital,
Mm-hmm.
which is where everybody is at the moment. Um, Ornkaima is a town that we've been hanging out in a little bit. We have moved to Testra. Um, Baranor up the top there is a where a lot of dwarves tend to live. Farendale over here is the unofficial capital of the humans. Um, it's the only city on the island where the majority of the population is human.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, as I said, we are in Testra. The group actually met a man who offered them some jobs. He goes by the name of Mr. All that they've really gotten from him. He is actually a tiefling himself. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so the way that I was going to have this play out, for the ease of this, is that we're going to have everybody meet in Mr. Grayson's office. He had at the end of the last session, he had offered a job to the group, and we can have you having been previously working with Mr. Grayson, if you'd like, just to make it easy, so that he's also including you with the other three in the mission,
Mm-hmm.
job, whatever you want to call it. So, from there, then up here.
Matt, quick question.
Yep.
There were two things I forgot to write down last week. What was his daughter's name? Was it Victoria?
Yes.
Okay. And what was like the company's name that he is managing or whatever?
It's just basically Grayson Incorporated,
Okay.
Grayson Inc., and it is Greyson. So, just for the sake of it, we'll say that you are all now in his office. And as the three of you enter, we say that Evelyn is already there, and Mr. Grayson introduces Evelyn, letting the rest of you know that she will be joining you on the mission. So, if you would like to describe your character.
Uh, Evelyn, aka Eve, stands about 5'6". No, 5.6 foot. She seems very elegant in the way she holds herself. She stands up straight. She's very poised. She's very proper looking. She wears sort of traveling robes, but they are very obviously very, very well made. They're probably worth a lot of money, but And she has a little book, which is sort of like, kind of, you can sort of see just the edge of it through the bag she's got with her. And she looks kind of like a tiefling. You can see like the curved horns. She has these white silver eyes that match her horns. But then again, she also looks kind of human. She has human skin, sort of human hair. So you can't really, and you also see no tail. So it's kind of like a mashup. And she sort of like, as she greets you all, she gives you all a very warm smile. She sort of has her hands held out in front of her, but like sort of like covered. So she's like holding her own hand, just sort of smiling, nodding.
All right. So if the rest of you would want to describe your character for Evelyn, since she doesn't know who you are.
Who's going first?
I guess I can go first with Lena. Lena is the only other female in the room. She she looks like she's definitely got some elf in her, although she looks a bit more human than elf. Her hair is long and brown and tied back into a ponytail. Her skin kind of tan, eyes brown, and she's got sort of mishmash of like leather armor, cloth, traveling cloak around her, and she has a noticeable rapier at her waist. And she steps forward and holds out a hand. Is like, it's nice to meet you. And she, yeah, and my name is Lena.
She sort of shakes your hand. So, the pleasure is all mine, darling. My name is Evelyn. You may call me Eve.
Yeah, very nice. And she steps back and looks back at Bjorn with a smile.
He looks. You see Bjorn. He's probably about 6'7".
Fuck.
Like wherever you see skin, you see muscles and scars. He has like dirty blonde hair that's very shortly shaved on the sides, but the top of it is pulled back into somewhat of like very unkept braids.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of scars on his face too. Very predominantly one across the bridge of his nose. Very thick, unkept beard. Like you see, you're hoping it's mud. It might not be mud in it. He is covered in mostly furs. Underneath that is just bare skin. He has somewhat of like a mixture of shorts and a loincloth on, just some sort of animal skin. And you can see some points under his body that have very intricate tribal looking tattoos and such, but mostly just a big, very savage looking human. And he kind of just nods and looks between you and the other tiefling, because you're probably the second one he's met besides this man, and just very good to meet you. My name.
Charmed. She sort of gives you a raised smile, and she sort of looks you up and down as if she's as curious about you as you are of her, in a sense.
Well, he looks curious, but he also looks somewhat scared because, I mean, not that you would know it, but the previous whatever day or whatever we met him, Bjorn asked him if he was a devil, so he's very, very unfamiliar with your kind.
Oh, she just looks very curious.
And then Bjorn just kind of looks over to Soren, just pushes him from behind forward a little bit.
So as Soren is pushed forward, he's currently got his hood up, wearing basic leathers, but from what you can see of his facial features, he is light grey skinned, blue eyes, with white hair and some what seems like tattoos running down his throat. He's 6 foot tall. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Eve?
She sort of gives you a warm smile.
No smile in return.
She's just smiling. She's a happy person.
Bjorn is going to kind of look between you and him again and say, did he tell you what job is?
Not quite, not yet. And she sort of looks over to Grace.
So Grayson, as I met him in the last game, the way that I've sort of envisioned him and sort of his mannerisms and the way he acts is sort of a Jeff Goldblum. He's very eccentric, very sort of odd, but his appearance is the original sort of prototypical tiefling. He looks like a devil. He has the horns that come out from basically the front of his forehead and go sort of up and out. They don't curl or anything like, like you're looking at like the way that Jester's drawn, how they curl onto her head. Like they stick out. His skin is slightly red. He has a slightly pointed goatee. He does look a bit like a devil. But
Okay, damn.
yeah. So but he always has a very odd smile on his face. That sort of I believe Bjorn was pretty creeped out by.
Yeah.
But he's very jovial, very friendly. He just doesn't look like he would be. He does have a daughter named Victoria. Best you could tell, she's probably maybe 9 or 10 years old. It's hard to tell, but she has a slightly more maroon colored skin, and her horns don't protrude quite as much as her father's. But she does appear to be just as much of a tiefling as he is. You don't see sort of mix that you might from other people.
She's not a half-blood like me.
Correct. Best you could tell, at least. But he goes on to describe essentially that to the southwest, so if you're looking at the map, roughly just in the mountains to the southwest of Testra is a town called Skytop. The town itself is mostly unremarkable. It's just far away enough from Testra to sort of avoid all of the the hustle and bustle. But what it is known for is a refuge for skilled artisans. So the upper class people of Testra sometimes will make the journey, or they will send their people to commission clothes or paintings or ornate weaponry, whatever it may be, to the issue with the city itself, or the town of Skytop. These commissions don't come often for this town to be particularly wealthy. The artisans themselves have essentially priced themselves out of the common folk. So they pretty much do rely on the upper crust of Testra to keep them living the life that they have. It's drawn that sort of, I'm an artist, I'm not going to make burlap shirts for people or anything like that. So they still have enough pride amongst their work that they wouldn't just make it for anybody. So they don't live existence necessarily. In particular, there are a few tailors that have just recently appeared that have been making very nice clothing that has sort of become the talk of Testra. The issue that has come up, and the reason that Grayson is sending you here, is that children have started disappearing from the city or the town, whichever you want to call it. It's probably town is probably more appropriate than city. The city itself is called Skytop for a reason. It is very high in the mountains. Not an easy journey necessarily. But he hasn't heard a whole lot more other than children are disappearing. Somebody needs to investigate. And that's where you guys come in.
Right.
Forgive me, Grayson, but surely they would have their own guard or militia to look into such a matter.
They don't. This is not a well-traveled town. They don't have the means to pay for guards, and they're artisans themselves. They don't. I mean, I guess the best way to describe it outside of this would be sort of like a hippie commune. It's all it's all peace and love. They're not like, because
Love
they, I
brew.
mean, they don't have like, aside from the occasional giant that might wander by, like nobody comes up here to like do any. I mean, and they don't keep the things that they make; they sell them. So it's not like they're wealthy that people would come and try and like bandits aren't going to go up there and attack them.
Very well.
Is there anyone in particular we speak to when we arrive?
I'm not entirely sure if there's anybody in particular that you'd want to speak to. The Deshays are the ones that are making the biggest fuss about it. They're the tailors.
Just out of curiosity, considering that my girl is the daughter well, she was looked after by a very wealthy merchant noble. Would she know like anyone in this town? Would she know
I would say at the very least she knows of it. I don't know
of
if she
it?
lives there specifically, because the
She-
thing is that the trek up there isn't particularly convenient. So you like the wealthy would send their servants to go up there and pick things up, and they would send messages. They would never go themselves. So
Oh, I
having
know
it,
she would never have gone herself, but perhaps like she might know someone who lives there through like an acquaintance or something. Like, oh, I know such and such lives there because such and such have told me.
I mean,
If not, that's completely fine.
yeah, I'm just trying to think if there was anybody in particular. I would say that there's a dwarf who is sort of the de facto leader of the town. His name is Caden Stonefist. Um, you would know his name,
All right, what's his name again? Cadence Domefist.
Stonefist. Yeah, I'll type it. He's an older dwarf.
So then I guess Eve would pipe up. Oh, Cadence Stonefist. I believe he's the leader of this town, correct?
Mr. Grayson replies, "Well, he's the blacksmith. I think he might be looked upon for leadership."
Yes, I believe. But then she sort of stops what she's saying as if she's catching herself. She's like, I've heard his name before. Perhaps he's someone we could go and have a talk to about this if we do arrive.
Well,
And real quick, Matt, do I know? I know the southern mountains. Do I know anything about the mountains like near here, like how cold it is up there and stuff?
I mean, you would be aware that given what Grayson says about how far up it is, it's pretty cold.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Sworn.
well, at the very least, we would have a place to start.
Yes, that's true between those and the Shays. Though I think I should purchase a better traveling cloak. And she kind of stares down at her side and picks up the cloak she has on.
Bjorn kind of looks and say, "We get fur."
Sourced from. Well, I suppose there must be a fur shop somewhere around here.
Bjorn will look straight at Grayson and say, "You know where to buy warm clothes."
I do, and then he looks over at Evelyn and he looks at Sorn and he's like, "I wouldn't venture too far out into the city if I were you. The Mordoon have been seen walking."
She sort of pauses and she says, "Oh, I can handle that. Don't worry." And then she pauses, and then she's like, "I can just like wear my cloak up, so it'll be okay." I look mostly human, so as long as I wear my cloak and just say it's my hair, and she sort of like pulls up her cloak a bit.
Well, we could certainly just give the money to Lena and Bjorn, and they could pick up the furs if needed.
Oh yeah, I don't mind going down to the shops myself. I most certainly don't.
Bjorn stands out in a very different way. It's not because of magic or anything. So he just looks and says, he look at Grace and, I be good. Yes.
He just sort of chuckles like, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay. Well, soon, prepare what. And I'll get the directions and head towards wherever he says to buy like warmer clothing.
Yeah, Lena will follow.
Right.
I think after a while, Eve would probably leave as well because she knows it's dangerous, but at the same time, she doesn't really know the party very well, so she's not really going to trust you to buy her clothes. No offense.
Fair enough.
Well, while all of you are out buying clothes, I'm going to go into that room after what's been assigned and start drawing up plans for an item.
Okay.
All right. So we'll say warmer robes would be about 1 gold.
Okay.
Per whatever, however many you're getting, 1 each.
Yeah, Lena can grab Soren's.
Yeah, and I'll give you the gold when you get back.
You said you left a few minutes after us, right?
Yeah, well, like, you leave, and then she sort of follows you, but she's
Okay.
walking like 30 feet behind you, and she's like, she's got her cloak up, but she's walking very elegantly, but at the same time, like, not trying to be obvious.
Okay. All right. Well, then since she's pretty close by, Bjorn just kind of looks to the guy, and the boots that Bjorn has are kind of not really there anymore. Like he's used them, like walked so far and such. So he's gonna like kind of just take them off in the middle of the shop, put them on the table, and say, "You have more of this size."
Yeah, we'll just say 5 silver for some actual boots.
Sorry, we don't sell canoes.
So, did you want to buy anything else?
Fuck. I have an adventure skin. What do I need? I need a
Well, if she's still like a little bit back, Bjorn will say, "One more set of robes." And Lena, how tall were you?
She's like 5'6".
All right. And I'll point to her and say, "Just a bit smaller than that."
You're not that far, so I'd probably hear you. She goes on and sort of taps you on the shoulder, and she says, "It's okay. I can cover mine."
Oh, yes, this size. And he kind of just puts his hand over her head.
She sort of like places 1 gold down on the counter, just like, I can pay for that. She sort of like looks. She sort of starts off looking quite shyly, and then she looks over towards you, and she's again looking you up and down as if she's trying to make notes in her mind about both of you.
Lena just smiles back at her.
When she realizes, oh, sorry.
Oh no, he probably doesn't notice. He's just like kind of taking in the whole shop.
Once she's realized she's noticed, she stops and just looks down, like kind of shyly, like, ah, shit. What other kind of like shops are nearby?
And the area that you're in, pretty much anything that you would want, you could get.
Trying to think if there's anything I might need.
With the exception of magical items openly for sale.
Definitely.
What about behind closed doors?
Grayson might be able to procure some things for you, but it would be probably fairly limited and expensive.
Oh, paper. I'd need paper. Like, 5 silvers worth of paper. Just 'cause she always needs more paper and she always needs ink.
Yep.
So how much? So.
I mean, pretty much however much you wanted to spend, you could get that much worth.
Mm-hmm. She just needs to stock up on paper and ink.
As you're doing it, Bjorn kind of you kind of see him open his pouch, and you see a good amount of coin in there, and he goes, "Do you require any money?"
Oh, no, I have this covered, thank you. I just need some extra supplies. And she sort of like takes it and she sort of like puts the ink bottles in her bag, puts the paper in her bag, and you see the spine. If you're looking, you'd see the spine of the book, and it's leather bound, and it's got like really detailed, like sort of it's not engravings because it's a book. Just very nice looking gold details on the spine of the book, and she covers it back up.
Well, I mean, based on the player's handbook, a single sheet of paper is 2 silver pieces. A piece of parchment, 1 sheet of parchment is 1 silver piece. So whether you wanted to get paper or parchment,
What's the difference?
I really don't know.
I'm pretty sure parchment is like the thicker.
Well, parchment is
paper.
usually made from like animal skin.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh damn. Paper then. So how much is 1 sheet?
1 sheet is 2 silver pieces for paper. So paper is actually more expensive.
Good damn. Yeah, she'd still want paper though. So that's. She should probably get a gold worth. So that's 5 pieces of paper.
Correct.
That's fucking expensive paper.
It is. Well, at least you're not a wizard, right?
Yet.
Yeah. What idiot would be a wizard?
Well, and a 1 ounce bottle of ink is 10 gold.
Hence why Bjorn was asking if you needed money.
When the frick did this stuff get expensive?
I
played a wizard last campaign.
Page 150 of the player's handbook. I'm just reading it. I didn't know it was that expensive either.
Wait, how much for 1 bottle of ink?
1 bottle of ink of 1 ounce is 10 gold.
How much would that last me? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Probably not particularly long.
Yeah, I would assume it's like probably by how many pages you can rate on it with or something.
I'm just trying to think. 10 gold. Yeah, I'll spend 10 gold on a bottle of ink. I'd say she was running out.
Yeah, it doesn't specifically say. I'm sure it's on the internet somewhere how much somebody's calculated how long that would last, but
I'll hunt later. And I'm gonna say she already has like a quill with her.
if you ever need to replace that, it's 2 copper for an ink.
I think yeah, she has a quill.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
And now she says, after she's done, she says, "All right, that's everything I need." And she sort of looks to you two if you're still there.
Yeah, Lena will be like, "Perfect. I suppose it's time to get back to the others and head on our way."
Again, she waits till you guys walk a bit, and then she follows. Like she's kind of trying to keep a little bit of distance between you guys.
Bjorn doesn't take the hint and kind of just stands there looking at you, waiting.
She just sort of looks at him like, Why do you do this?"
How long, Eve? It's fine.
She sort of looks around a bit and she follows.
Could I speak to Grayson before everyone gets back?
Yep.
Excuse me, Grayson, could I have a moment of your time?
he just sort of looks up from whatever he was doing on it.
Well, assuming that you know exactly what I am, and from your expression earlier, Eve seems to be along those lines. You would have an idea of where to find or buy magical objects, correct?
Depends on what you're looking for.
There was an item that was relatively common in the Underdark. It was a ruby. You could place them inside of your weapons as a form of focus. Again, they were common in the Underdark, but unfortunately I don't think they would be common above ground.
So outside of the game, are you talking about an arcane focus?
I'm talking about a specifically common magic item, the Ruby of the War Mage. It's from Xanathars. It basically acts as a arcane focus, and you can attach it to a weapon. And it's a wondrous common item.
Well, I can certainly keep an eye out for it.
That would be appreciative. I don't think you would find one relatively easy, but if you do, that would be something I would have an interest in.
And he hands you a sheet of paper and asks if you can like sort of describe it and, if possible, draw what it looks like.
Yeah, I would do. I'd draw a ruby with runes over it and give him a basic idea of what it looks like.
Alrighty. He slides that into his sleeve, where he seems to have an endless supply of pockets somewhere hidden up his sleeves.
Probably best if we don't tell the rest about this, but thank you for your time.
And he just sort of smiles. Oh, I like secrets.
As do we all.
Are those two assholes standing at the door when we get back?
They're not, no.
Okay, good. Never mind.
Now,
Everyone
I
misses
resent
the
those remarks.
Marvin and Errol.
Uh-huh. Then yeah, when we get back, I guess we would just go to wherever we left Soren and see if he was still there.
Well, yeah, there's nothing more I need to do. There's something I need to get built, but that's something that can be done in elsewhere.
Well, that sounds great. And Lena holds the cloak out to you. There you go. Perfect for cold weather.
Thank you very much. And how much did it cost?
Just a gold.
Very well, and he'll hand you a gold.
Thank you.
Here, we'll just to give you an idea. This is what we'll use for just to give a mental picture of what Grayson looks like.
Holy shit. Yeah, I can see why you think he'd be a devil.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just charming.
But he is actually charming, and he's very friendly. He just looks terrifying.
So have we been given like directions to this place? Like, he's like, walk a little bit south on the road and then.
Yeah, I mean there is a road.
Okay.
To it. It's just it's not particularly heavily traveled.
And is it early enough in the day that we would be heading out now, or would we waiting for the morning?
You could probably head out. It should probably take you about a day or so to get up there. Maybe a little longer.
Then Bjorn would kind of look to everyone and say, "Everyone has what we need."
Yes.
Indeed.
Shall we then?
Yes, not big fan of being in city.
I would agree, especially in this city.
So
All right.
yeah,
So everybody, as you're walking out, go ahead and just make a quick perception check for the heck of it,
great.
Just for shits and giggles.
just for fun. Just for fun. Probably not necessary. It's just fun.
20.
All right. So as you're leaving, what is the south ward, and heading back into the and Evelyn, you didn't describe this. Have you ever seen Attack on Titan? That's the kind of the way that I've been trying to describe Tessera, is that it is a walled city that has multiple walls, essentially. So there is the city is up against the mountains, is where the Empress lives, and that's very difficult to get into. And then there is a wall outside of that where the south ward is where you guys are, and then there is an additional wall, which is the first wall of the city, and in between there is the largest sort of ward, where there's a lot of farming. The idea of Tessera, I explained this in the last game, was that they built these walls to essentially be siege proof, so you can't attack Tessera and then just stop their supply chain, because they have everything that they need within their walls. They can make their own food, they can do whatever they need to do. So a traditional army, in their minds, is ineffective at sacking Tessera. That was sort of the reason that it was built the way that it was. And then they, given the fact that they were in a magical war, that is the reason that these elves, when they won the war, basically outlawed magic. So as you're entering back into the first ward, where all the farming is and everything, you all do notice some very striking elves, quite tall, actually taller than Bjorn, even, pushing about 7 feet each of them, wearing very ornate looking armor, very stern faces, and glowing turquoise colored eyes. So these are the Mordoon, what the in common sort of their nickname are the Mage Hunters.
Jesus Christ.
So, Evelyn, for you, you would be aware of this and who they are, and that they have the ability, their eyes, essentially, they have the ability to see and sense magic. So you can't do any, if you're casting magic, if you have like disguise self, they can see it. And so they're the sort of the enforcers of Tessera to keep people from using magic. And in the same sense, is that essentially their eyes are casting detect magic at all times. So one of the things that that Grayson had also made mention was that don't carry around magical items with them, which some of you, by the way, have magical items on you right now. Not items per se, as like, oh, you're not wearing a ring.
Oh yeah, shit, we do.
Potions.
Wait, potions are magic in this homebrew, or
No, and healing potions are considered magic in D&D. Because I mean, how would you drink something and it just magically cures your wounds?
In a lot of the campaigns I've played, they just say it's based on the alchemical components and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, some idiots have a spell book as well.
Well,
are they coming over to us? They're walking past us?
Well, currently they don't see you, but you noticed them as you walked.
She'd sort of say, and sort of cloak up immediately over the horns, making sure only her more human features are seen, despite the fact that her horns are fucking huge. Make her head look very weirdly shaped, but she just thinks it's a great idea, a cloak over it, and she just sort of keeps her head. Who was the 6'4" person again?
Bjorn.
Like, this entire time she's been walking behind everyone slightly. The second she sees each other, she's in the middle of all of you.
Bjorn kind of He's kind of looking around. You were looking at, and do you know these people?
They just look a little intimidating, is all.
Close that.
I've seen those before.
I believe they're mage hunters.
Oh, and
Not
she
different.
glances at Soren.
Well, as long as no one has magical items or anything on us, we're fine.
I don't think we have anything that requires reading.
Yeah,
Jesus.
you guys might want to do a stealth check if you're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that they are officially the Order of the Black Rose, and Mordoon is actually Black Rose in Elvish.
Bjorn would kind of just look at everyone. So, do we find longer the way away?
I mean, you guys were already walking away from them. They weren't like walking towards you or anything. You were sort of like skirting around.
Oh,
them.
so they're like in our path.
No, not in
Okay.
front of you. They're actually to the side eventually.
Okay.
They weren't looking in your direction. I'll say with those stealth rolls, you were able to avoid them.
Bjorn, as we're like kind of walking, like, when we're out in like the farm district, he'll actually stay. Sorry.
Yeah, you were pretty close to it when you saw.
Look to, he can look and make sure someone's like direct. If he's five were they, you saw.
Yeah, they glow, I believe. Sadly.
Yes. If magic bad, how?
They use it so, or they use it for the greater good of destroying it.
Typical government stuff, right?
Pretty much.
Bjorn just looks extremely confused by this.
It's
He nods and just says, "Good that we were able to."
very good history with them because of the she points to her horns.
Do you do any book reading?
And sort of like book and like, are we walking at this moment or are we sitting still or
Probably heading out still.
Yeah.
she sort of like pulls out her book. She doesn't open it up. She like to read and they write and
Oh, that's very nice to learn. But usually we, as a group, have been magic books just in case.
oh, you have a reader? And she sort of looks a little startled.
Not.
Sorry, internet being stupid. Ah. She sort of just looks around at the group and she's I dabble.
Oh,
It's
that's good to know.
mostly the horns though that draw the attention. It kind of makes it obvious. Even for a tiefling standard, they look a little weird. She sort of like looks a little embarrassed.
Oh, to that. I love that. I don't know. I like this.
Yeah, the tiefling. That to be
Scaredy.
most like in their pink skin. I think I've seen a blue skin tiefling once, but Most don't look like me. My mother was human, you see. And just like gestures like ta-da.
Very interesting. I'm actually although half human, half elf.
Don't worry. Just waiting for Discord to come back up. Session's still going.
white energy, and then she stopped. Would it be offensive if I cleaned that for you?
And kind of looks. He goes, "Not offensive. It's a weapon to get dirty again."
Oh, it's literally the least I could do. And she sort of like moves over and prestidigitation, I guess, because that cleans shit. So she could.
Lena just gasped at it.
I've been told I'm a little bit of a neat freak.
That's all right. I just never knew that book stuff can just make stuff.
Oh, I can do a lot of little things. And she sort of like, oof. She sort of flicks her fingers, and you hear a very quiet sort of like harp strings play, just very quietly near you. And she flicks her fingers again, and sort of light flickers out. She sort of like she puts her hand back on the big, and the front of it just starts glowing faintly with light.
Bjorn drops it. I'm.
No, it's okay. It's just like it's like it's all no. No, look, she puts her hand
Like fire.
Nope,
And
look
he
at
kind
it.
of he kind of nods and picks it up and just like
It's not. They're like flies, but their butts glow. And then she's
magic.
oh, natural. You see them everywhere where I live during at night. It's beautiful.
Okay. Yes. Very good. No burn. It's
No burn, just a little spark. And she sort of like smiles, and it's like when she was doing the like little comic cantrips, from being like a little bit nervous and stuttery to be bright, she sort of like lit up, and she was like with her movements, and it was obvious that she just loves music. Music? Sorry, I'm playing a part in another campaign. She loves magic.
Bjorn kind of looks at her and then points to Lena and say, "Magic too. She has thing." He looks at her and goes, "What called again?"
Oh, I've got a pistol, and she pulls out the gun. Not terribly good at using it, and probably I shouldn't know.
Our guns ready soft. No.
They're not like super common. They within Tessera, like guards and stuff would have them. Baranor, where would be more common, which is where they're generally made. In world, they were into.
I've decided where I'm from.
Yeah, you pick that and I at it. Or there's a couple cities I haven't yet, but
I just thought
another thing to mind is that this the island is the southern hemisphere of the world, so the north part of the island is warmer, and the southern.
yeah, so I was just thinking somewhere warm by the coast, somewhere where perhaps fireflies are common, because apparently that's a thing now.
Lena, so you could be from this island up here if you wanted. We can make some.
Like I was thinking like a good like a.
Yeah,
I didn't spot it earlier. There you go.
It is essentially the only port city. I don't know if I put it in the lore chat, but the island is very, very remote. By ship, it takes almost 3 months to get to anywhere else in the world from here. Which is how they get away with the things that they get away with. Like, oh, we're just outlawing magic because, I mean, they don't have a lot of visitors here. When they do, it is for trade. Basically, there aren't a ton of tourists that come here, so
Yeah. Oh, I thought we.
I believe sleep.
yeah.
Well,
So here is under the mountains is where Sorn is from. So
Yeah, if you want, I can talk another day about it. If you want to talk, like the idea I had where she lived and such.
yeah, that is. I just put the city there. You can make up anything you want about it.
Like, you know, Critical Role, yeah,
Yep.
season 2. You know where Jess is from?
The Menagerie Coast.
Kind of like that, like like seasonally. So it's like it's warm. It's by the coast, of course, because it's called the freaking Menagerie Coast, and it's like and such.
Yeah. And I'll let you whatever
I'm overwriting in my base stuff.
because I let everybody name where they came from and what they wanted to say about the place. So that's the fun part about a homebrew. We just make it all up.
I technically named the mountains myself.
You did? Yes.
Actually, even thought to look at that.
Yes. So if you are ever really bored, with the exception of like Farendale and Test, the other things are all actually like Ithram, which is what Robert Sorn mentioned. That's like wall in Elvish. The mountains that forces Elvish and former capital of the Sun Elves in South. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but that's Elvish and I don't know what it means. So
I mean, you honestly just give me way.
Lena made those up. So
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess. I forgot what we were even talking about. Now we're on the topic of backstories and stuff.
well, you're just
Oh,
making your way up the mountains.
You were asking about
yeah,
Yes.
Lena pulled.
So with Phoenix,
yeah, you'd be familiar.
I would say she's sort of like Marvel's out. She's like, oh, I've seen them before, but I've never actually seen those.
Oh, yes.
You sort of, like,
Cover your ears if I ever have to fire it.
she sort of like moves a little bit closer, then a few steps closer, and then a couple steps closer. She's like, can I hold it?
Of course. Lena holds out a
you
gun.
weren't me covers his ear.
She makes it over, and she's like trying to. She does not touch like anything that seems like it can move, because she's probably seen one fired, and she's like, "Yep, not doing that." And she's like trying to look at the design on it. She's like, "It's very well."
Oh, yes. Dwarven made, of course.
Oh, of course. She hands it back to you with a very big smile. Thank you so much. And she makes it glow for like a split second, like a poof.
I seriously did not realize that magic or books can be used in such ways.
I can do a few different things. Like I can change how I look, and always like go in different directions, or I can make myself stronger, or she just like pauses before the next one goes. I can charm people in a way.
Like, make them like you? Like, love you?
No, like make them think I'm a nice person and want to help me. I don't like doing that one very much.
Oh,
It's not very fair.
I have seen some like the silly healing magic of my tribe.
I'm not much of a healer myself. I mostly know stuff that helps me just get by. Protects me, keeps me safe from traveling.
Be safe, and he kind of gives you a thumb.
Oh, I can also throw a ball of fire and ice. And she just smiles at that.
well, that does seem useful in a battle, just away from the main.
Yeah, I tend to avoid those. I have a little bad history with people.
They did not seem very. There were many, but it didn't seem very intimidating.
Oh, suppose that's only true for you, Bjorn.
Tall but very skinny, not very strong.
The ones where I'm from, in my hometown, are a little more brutal than most. Even if you don't like wield magic, if you're
Oh, yeah, your horn.
yeah. She sort of like trails off, and then she sort of like snaps out of it, and she goes like, but I'm out of there. It's fine. Let's keep moving. We need to find a cave before it gets dark, and hopefully find a bear."
As you say that, Bjorn kind of gets the actual smile on his face, and just has he starts walking with a jab.
Looks at your big weapon, and
So
He's
because
just keeps walking.
because of your human features, do you have a tail?
there is a. She does not have a tail anymore. Sorry, I meant to send you like a little thing with all of her backstory. But if you want, I can DM
Oh no,
to you.
no, I mean, no, but yeah,
You got Doberman Pinscher.
Sort of. Hold on, I'll DM you it while we're all walking.
All right. So as you make your way up, the weather progressively it gets worse. And
Can I tell if it's going to be snow or rain?
it's
Okay.
It is essentially as you're walking up, you recognize that you are approaching like bleak condition. Go ahead and do another survival.
Ooh.
I will say with the 20, you're actually a bit worried about even trying to cave and stay. So you think that if you, even with you think it's everybody's best interest to push forward to actually get to the town before you stop.
Okay. He'll kind of.
And you
Oh,
think that you can make it, probably not before nightfall, but shortly after at least.
Like
You should be
before
able
the worst of the storm gets there.
yeah, you figure it's probably better to keep going than to try and stop
Okay.
and possibly freeze to death.
Alright.
Get stuck.
So Bjorn's going to kind of like as your guys are walking, kind of just stop and look at the clouds and such, and turn around to you and guys know. Perhaps we do not. The clouds. It looks to bring much snow. We can be caught in very dangerous situation if we do not get to city as possible.
Oh.
We should get there before the worst comes, but we must not stop.
So, get us there before it gets too bad, I suppose.
Be slightly bad, but much worse if we stay overnight.
Alright, I guess better pick up the pace.
Yeah. Bundle up if you have anything. Keep warm. Would be.
She sort of puts on her heavy cloak and she like moves so that her bag under her cloak, and she's like bundling her cloak around it, like she's not willing to let that bag get wet.
As he kind of sees, goes, hey, if you wish, I can hold back rapid skins.
Okay. And she sort of like very gently takes it off, and she's like looking a little bit nervous about giving it to you.
He'll just take it and like at one part of his like furs, he'll wrap it in there and kind of just like you would with a bread bag, like twist it down so it's like held in there securely, and like put a little strap of leather around it.
Thank you.
We go. Yes.
And she just like hurriedly follows along.
Yeah. So I'll do my best to get us there. Once it does start getting dark out, he'll turn around and he'll say, "You can make this light, yes?" And he'll hold like the tip of the javelin out towards you. To Eve.
Oh, sorry, my friggin' sorry. I kind of missed that last sentence because it happened.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, he'll look at you and he'll say, should I make torch or can you make?"
She sort of like moves and she like places her hand on the top of the javelin and it like.
Once we get close to city, you may want to drop that if.
I can drop it quickly. Don't worry.
Yes. And then I'll continue on.
Okay. So you do. It's starting to get late, and at this point you are, and it's just like howling around your ears, and it's getting super, super cold. You're all getting a little bit distressed at this point. The blizzard is threatening to basically, for everybody but Bjorn, you're all struggling quite a bit. Afraid you're at this point that you're just going to freeze to death. But you do get to the town, and the village itself is not even a particularly welcoming sight. The blizzard is extremely heavy. You don't really even see any lights in the houses, but you're not sure if that's because nobody has any lit or because the blizzard is so heavy that you just can't see it. The first
there's no guard presence?
No.
Okay.
I should still second where like within 20 feet of the village, like goes out. But when the wind really picks up, she sort of huddles over to Bjorn, and at one point she's even just like holding onto your cloak because she's worried she'll get like blown away because she's kind of small.
He just stay close behind it. I take wind.
Okay.
And as you get closer into the village and you make your way in, you see that the first house, it's not a house actually, and you see a sign, and there does appear to be some light coming from it, and you see the sign hanging from the outside of it is actually the sign of a blacksmith.
I mean, I've already kind of said I can't write, so I'll point the sign out to someone else and say, "Hey, what does this one mean?"
Oh, blacksmith. Maybe that's where Cadence.
Stormfist.
Yes.
Hey,
She looks at Eve and is like, "Well, you said that you've heard of him at least."
I think you might have had dealings through my dad at one point. Well, granddad.
well, might as well check, yes? And I'll start walking towards the door.
Oh, is it late? We might not want to wake him up. And she looks around and then can't tell anything because of all the snow and is like,
Yeah, Bjorn kind of just looks at you and says, rather wake up than freeze, yes?
Maybe find a tavern. It wouldn't be a very good idea to wake up at him in the middle of the night. It might piss him off.
You three, yes? Go wait there. You wait there. I go around find tavern, yes?
Are you sure you don't want someone with you?
I can move faster without people who have not traveled in this, yes?
But judging from the question, can you not read?
Hey, I don't mind knocking.
But okay, if you're sure.
Yes, give me a few minutes, yes? And I'll lead them all over towards the house and then just take off running to anywhere I can see that looks like it's lit up also.
All right.
I won't knock immediately. I'll kind of like go up to a window and look in if there's anywhere with a light on. And hopefully find a tavern that way.
So you don't have a torch and you can't see because you're the only one that can't.
I mean, I do have a torch.
Well,
I will try to light it. I mean, I don't know how long it would stay lit.
Everybody, as you're standing around, and even you, Bjorn, as you're running around, make a Constitution check. All right, I take it back. A save, sorry, a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution.
No.
You guys are all gonna be frozen when I get back.
I'm dead.
Everybody but Bjorn takes a point of exhaustion.
How do I even put that on the sheet?
If you scroll down below
Standard
conditions,
conditions.
Where? Quite.
If you
Alright.
hover over where it says exhaustion, it tells you the effects of each level.
Thank
Level
you.
1 is disadvantage on ability checks. Where you're at right now.
So yeah, Bjorn is just running as fast as he can from building to building, and gonna try to find a tavern.
Do a investigation check with disadvantage.
No problem. Could have been all right, but not really.
Yeah, you run around for a while, and the houses that you see and the signs that you see, none of the houses appear to. You don't see any lights, and it's really difficult to see anything at this point because the wind and the snow and.
I will make my way back towards the blacksmith then, and kind of just meet back up with the group and say, I try, but we knock. And he's just going to approach the door before they even respond.
Lena's just shivering. She's like, I'm not too sure I enjoy the snow.
And I'll get up to the door and just kind of, not like pound on it, but knock on it. So I think it will like sound throughout the house.
Okay. So you do that, and it only takes a 30 seconds or less for them to open the door, and you see that there is an older-looking dwarf with a grayish white beard, balding head, and as he sees all of you, kind of has a shocked look on his face, and he just immediately starts shooing you all inside. Come in.
Thank
Bjorn
you.
like ushers them all in first, and then he'll follow in last.
Oh, that's adorable.
So you guys start kicking off the snow and the ice off your boots, and beating out all of the snow and stuff out of your.
Is there a fire going?
Yes.
Bjorn just goes and lays his furs down by that and kind of sits there in his shorts.
Oh God! The second she's free of the snow, she runs over to Bjorn and says, "Can I have my bag, please?"
Yes, yes. And he'll undo it. He'll hand it back to you, and then go lay his furs out in front of the fireplace.
She's immediately opening the bag and making sure her book is dry. That is the first thing she does. Is it dry? Is her book dry?
I mean, I've lived in the mountains for years. I think it would be pretty well insulated. Matt, that'd be up to you, I guess.
Yeah, we'll say it is.
Oh, thanks. She just breathes a heavy sigh of relief and then sort of turns to the dwarf man, right?
Yes. So this is Caden Stonefist, and as he's sort of ushering all of you to sit over the fire, he yells over, "Meryl, get some cider!" And as he starts going and getting blankets and stuff for you guys to wrap up in, and a dwarven woman, you're presuming is Meryl, comes over with hot cider that she gives to all of you.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for your hospitality.
Bjorn, as she's handing it to him, he just has his bottle of liquor out.
She said, takes it, and she has, "Thank you so much. Master Stonefist? Yes, Stonefist.
Yes.
Master Stonefist?
Yes.
We've come from Tessra. I'm getting the names right.
Yeah.
Under the word of Mr. Grayson. We thought perhaps you could use some help.
Regarding the missing children.
Oh, yes, that.
Ah, yes. Bad business, that. Grayson is a peculiar character, but I suppose any help is appreciated.
From what I know, you are a fairly well-known man in this town, correct?
He kind of puffs his chest up a little bit. Well, I don't like to make a fuss. And Meryl rolls her eyes at him.
She sort of gives a warm, gentle smile. We were, I guess... Do blizzards last long here? Just out of curiosity.
Depends on your definition of long, I suppose. But you know, from time to time we get blizzards like this. Last few days.
Days? I was thinking they lasted a few hours.
Oh, when he says that, Bjorn goes, "Oh, so not bad, yes."
Not too bad.
I come from very far south in mountains. This is normal.
Eve looks in shock.
Yeah, Lena looks pretty shocked as well.
I thought these might last a few hours.
This is why I just said we no stop at cave. It could be blocked in.
Oh, okay. It's, she sort of looks to the group and she's like, "Do we ask to stay in here, or?"
Is there a tavern we can stay in, or? Well, of course we do appreciate your hospitality, but we don't want to impose.
Oh, you can stay here.
Thank
Isabel
you
and
so
Jillian run the tavern, the inn, but no need to travel over there right now.
Thank you so much.
So, what can you say about kids? When it happened? Where it happened?
Who? Like the sort of children perhaps who went missing?
So just as a out of game FYI, there's like a crazy like storm going on in my house right now. There's like thunder and stuff. So if I cut out, I lost my electricity bill.
I am like in real life, I am fucking terrified of thunderstorms.
Yeah, it's been raining nonstop all year basically where I live, and yeah, another really bad storm coming in. So Caden basically sits you down, and he gives you the lowdown on what's going on, and sort of explains that within the normal confines, when there's not a blizzard or anything like that, the village is particularly welcoming of travelers. You know, they do appreciate when anybody comes and is interested in purchasing their wares. But it was about 2 days before you guys arrived. Almost all of the children had disappeared on the same. Again, this is not a very big village, so it's roughly about. Oh, there's 5 kids that went missing. Some of the people in the village went into the mountains to look for them, but they weren't able to find anybody, and they could see that the storm was coming, so they had to. They called it off the search essentially. But he said that he appreciates that you guys are here to investigate, but until the storm passes, there really isn't anything that you guys anybody can do. But he doesn't go on to sort of explain what's been happening here. So there is a few different families that have had their children go missing. Isabel and Jillian, they are the owners of the inn, and their daughter has gone missing. There is the Fairfields. They are their son has gone missing. There are some Bakers. There are the Worths that have had 2 of their children go missing. Essentially, he just tells you everything that all the people that are missing, but he tells you that there are 3 people or 3 leads that you may want to follow up on, and one is the Deshays, who you had heard Grayson mention before. The Deshays, he explains that their house is the nicest house in town that has actually been recently built, and they're quite well to do. Obviously, they came to this place with more money than anybody else. Their son is still here, and Caden thinks that that's something that was quite curious. That their son is fine, but nobody else's is. So that's one thing that he says. You may want to go talk to them, see what's going on. He also mentions it's the Horned Owl Tavern and Inn. That's where Isabel and Jillian are. He says you may want to go and follow up with them. Additionally, there's a man who is essentially like the game master, the hunter of the village, who brings in meat and things like that for people. His name is Dav, Dav. He was actually out searching when the blizzard took a tree down that fell on top of him. So he is currently recovering from that, and Caden advises you may want to speak to him as well. That's kind of the lowdown of what's been going on and what he suggests you start with.
So, the rich people, some tavern owners, and a hunter. Right.
Only small ones go missing. No adults.
Correct. Except for the Deshay boy.
Is he the only child that didn't go missing?
He
Perhaps
is.
there's something about him that's different from the other kids. But not much we can do in here.
In the morning, Bjorn and someone else can visit the hunter, while myself and whoever's available can visit the tavern.
Yes, that's fine with me. We may want to see the Deshays together. They seem, I don't want to say suspicious, but
The biggest lead, perhaps.
yes.
I'll go with Bjorn tomorrow.
Very well.
You just
I haven't got much experience with hunters, but I have been told I can be quite a people person.
Oh, that sounds good. And me and Soren can go to the tavern.
You have no issue with us sleeping here tonight, right?
No, it's perfectly fine. And then he even has like a few cots that he can sort of lay out. For Bjorn, you wouldn't fit any of them, but
pretty much figured.
Yeah.
Oh,
But he's got some cots that you guys can like set up by the fire so that you can stay warm.
you're just as chivalrous as my grandfather told me you were. And then she pauses, realizing what she said.
He just kind of like gives you a little like confused look. And it's like, thanks. And
My grandfather's master scale, the merchant guy. He said he's had dealings with you before.
name rings a bell. You deal with a lot of people around here.
He spoke of your character.
He just sort of smiles. And
She's trying to butter him up.
the two of them head off into the back room so that they can get some rest because it's pretty late at this point.
Is it just like a bare cot, no blanket or anything?
Well, yeah, you guys already have blankets, so they brought out to you.
Bjorn will just find a big empty spot on the floor and just pass out.
Eve will sort of take their pillows, or Eve's a lady who is used to a certain standard of living.
I'm sure that they have a couple pillows. Probably not the softest or most comfortable pillows you've ever had, but
She'll see like Bjorn like sleeping on the ground, and she'll sort of shuffle over and like attempt to move a pillow under his head without waking him up.
As you're doing that, you kind of see he's laying on one arm and he has an axe in it.
Oh, she'll like try to like maybe like place the pillow like under your arm or something and make you a bit more comfortable. She's trying to be nice because you were being nice to her.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't wake up. He drank a little bit and he's passed the hell out.
And then she like bundles. She'll like, is there any like lights on in here? Or
I mean, there's a few. I mean, there's the light of the fireplace, so it's not like particularly dark.
is everyone going straight to sleep, or is everyone?
I think I should. I feel quite exhausted after trekking through snow.
All right, I might stay up a few moments. And she like very gently takes the book out of her bag, and the front of it is like a glass gem on it, and she's like making sure it's not cracked. Then she takes out the paper and she like puts it on top of the book, and she starts like writing and drawing. And she's occasionally looking at everyone.
Interesting book you have.
Oh, it's kind of like a journal in a sense. I like to take notes of places I've been, people I meet. It helps. And she moves, and she's sort of like, you can see that she's actually currently drawing a picture of Bjorn while he's sleeping. And like she's got his name, his most notable characteristics or features that she's seen so far. All of them fairly pleasant.
Well, don't forget to draw the dribble currently coming out of his face.
He snores like a fucking truck. Probably from having his nose broken quite a few times.
Oh, and you can see she's also got like pictures of the gun. Like she's drawn that in detail next to her picture. Like after a little bit of drawing and writing, she'll like say, "I'll finish these off another night." And closes it and goes to bed.
I'll just go into a trance for 4 hours.
As you do.
Yep.
So is that the image Bjorn's going to see every time a cask cause fear?
Yeah, and when you tell me don't resist it, and I just get scared shitless.
So there's that nice little smile.
Mm-hmm.
Little Joker smile.
Yep.
So, over the next couple hours, the snow does actually start to subside. And when you wake up in the morning, it's no longer snowing, but the snow is still pretty deep, and it's relatively cold, though not dangerously cold outside. And none of you are particularly like short, so like if you were any dwarves or gnomes, you might have some hard time walking through. But it's not too hard to walk through the snow. It's not pleasant necessarily, but
Well, I think when I mean Bjorn wasn't like exhausted, so he might wake up first. If he notices the dwarves around at all, he'll approach one of the Caden and say, "Hey, can you point in direction of where you say Hunter was hurt? Yes.
yep.
Is he at doctor, or is he at his home, or do you know where?"
He's resting in his home, and he tells you that it's the house nearest the mountains. It's basically at the end of the village.
Okay, and I believe he'll point to Soren and Lena and say they go to tavern to ask them. I go to Hunter since I'm no.
Sort of nods like, "You okay? Yeah."
Are you not going to wait for Eve, Bjorn?
Eve at this point is still asleep. Just gonna say that now.
He looks. He goes, "Oh, I wait. I just wanted to make sure I knew where to go." And then, I mean, Bjorn will offer any sort of he'll like ask if they need like snow cleared out in front or anything like that, because he does realize their dwarves would be hard for them.
They just sort of chuckles like, "We'll be all right. We're used to this."
And then he'll kind of just sit back and wait for everyone else to eventually wake up.
Yeah, I guess Lena would be up next and getting herself ready. Very prim proper methodological routine that she's got in the morning that she has to do.
I think Eve would probably be up last. She sort of like wake up and she'd be like, "Oh, I had the strangest dream." Oh, and she sort of looks around and she's like, right.
At least it's not storming out, and she points towards the window.
She's still wearing her robes, like she doesn't take them off, but she like bolts out the door immediately to look at the snow. She's like a kid on Christmas.
Bjorn will follow her just with his shorts on.
I've never seen the snow before. And she like reaches down to touch it. It's so cold. It's so
Okay.
pretty.
Are you from the north side of the continent too?
Like the very tippity tappity tip.
I'm from Alda. It's a smaller town, but it's up there.
I'm from the really big port city, which I
Okay.
haven't named yet. So I'm just gonna call it the really big port city, and then I'm gonna name it later.
That works.
So yeah, I've never really seen the snow or ice or.
No, me neither. I've been in Alda most of my life. Came down here just recently, did some odd jobs, and now there's snow.
I barely left my home area. Like, not very often. She sort of she sticks her head out the door and looks to see if there's any like icicles or anything like. What? Next happens sparky and pretty and glacial.
Bjorn kind of just looks at them both and shakes his head and says, I did not know of place with no snow before I left mountain.
Oh yes, I'm not sure how much you would enjoy it up north. It's a lot of warmth, a lot of humidity, some rain.
Perhaps we will go north one time, but as of now, I believe I know where we must go to find people that we would need to talk to.
Oh, perfect.
She sort of like runs back, grabs her heavy cloak, grabs her bag, makes sure she's got everything, fixes her hair. You notice her hand goes, and it looks like she's gonna do the same hand motion to cast prestidigitation, and then she stops herself like last minute, realizing, all right, can't do that in public.
Bjorn will look to the dwarves again and just say, when we arrived, there were no guards. Do we have to announce ourselves or anything of that sort?
He just kind of chuckles like, we don't have guards around here. It's not necessary. Everybody's pretty friendly. You can just introduce yourself."
Perhaps if you had guards, your children would not be missing, yes?
He just kind of stares at you for a second. And then he
Bjorn
just
doesn't know any better.
then he just kind of laughs. I mean, his kids aren't missing. He just kind of laughs like, fair point.
Would it be okay if we met back at your house just because it is where we know?
Always welcome here.
And he'll look at everyone and say, Soren, I'm assuming you're awake and stuff too?
Yeah, I would have been. I only tranced for 4 hours. So.
Oh, yeah. All right. So he'll look and say, you going to tavern?
Yes, myself and Lena will be heading to the tavern.
Yes.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'll tell them where the dwarf said that was, and then I guess we'll split up and head our separate ways.
Right. So who wants to go first then?
Let Lena and Soren go first, since he's kind of been in the shit position with his internet.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are going to the inn, right?
Yep.
All right. So as you approach, you do see a sign that has a carved owl on it, and the inn / tavern is called the Horned Owl Tavern. Go ahead, both of you make a perception check.
Wow.
All right. So Lena, Soren, you don't notice this, but Lena, you as you guys are walking closer, you hear some voices. You can see that the front door is slightly open, but it doesn't seem particularly busy. It sounds like just you hear a few people murmuring.
Lena will just say, well, makes sense it's an inn. There seems to be people inside speaking, and she heads to the door and kind of lets out a little knock on it before opening it all the way, just to make sure that they know that she's coming.
Okay. As you guys walk in, you notice that the tavern itself is kind of a mess. there are like unwashed plates and mugs that are sort of just been sitting out on the table. And you can see off in the distance back to the back of the inn where the bar and like the kitchen area would be. You could see there are two women. They're humans that are standing in the back. You can see that they. I'll give you with your 16 perception. You can see that they look pretty upset. You can see that they're though they're not currently crying. It looks like they have been. Their eyes are kind of puffy and red. Um, and you can see that the two of them are slowly sort of cleaning dishes. However, they don't really appear to be like paying any attention to what they're doing. They just sort of like keep like cleaning the same plate just over and over, and the same thing like like a bug. It's as clean as it's going to be, and they just continue doing it. They sort of seem like they're kind of chatting back and forth, but not really like they almost like just seem like they're off in another world. There is nobody else in the tavern. It's two of them.
Hello. You are oh,
Isabel and
just
Jillian.
yeah. I was gonna say Giselle. That's not correct. Isabel and Jillian.
They just kind of look up and nod at you.
We were sent here from Tesra to search for the children. We'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
Make a persuasion check. All right. And they kind of look at you and give a bit of a weak smile and just kind of like motion for you to sit at the bar because they're standing behind it. Both of you motion for both of you to sit down.
Thank you. And the
And
Avelina will go have a seat.
and they put down what they're cleaning and they just kind of look at you expectantly, like waiting for you to ask whatever you were going to ask.
I know this is a difficult thing to talk about, but could you please tell us when this started to happen?
It only happened the once. Well, almost 3 nights ago now.
And is that when you lost your son or daughter?
They just kind of nod, and it's their daughter.
And is that also the same time as the other children went missing in town?
Was?
Were they all playing together, or was this separate instances?
They all tended to play together. Linda is their daughter. She is the youngest of them and just kind of tagged along most of the time. They didn't really.
Was there
Yeah.
a place they played or seemed to congregate more often than not?
Tended to play on the edge of the mountains there, the edge of the village.
Is that where they were the night before this happened?
And you can see that Isabel's like starting to tear up, and Jillian just kind of continues a little bit, but it all happened in the evening. None of us saw what happened.
Were there any footprints or anything in the snow or dirt?
You'd have to ask Dav about that. We're not really familiar with that kind of thing.
Of course, of course.
Has there been any new arrivals in town? Bar ourselves, but around the time of the incident.
No, haven't had any visitors for a few weeks.
Did the children mention anything was different?
I mean, and Isabel kind of like pipes up, just like, Garrett's fault. He's been sneaking out at night. Everybody knows it. Of course, we try to tell parents, and they don't want to hear anything about it.
Which son is Garrett?
The Deshays. She kind of says it with a bit of a disgust.
Oh, he's the only one that didn't disappear. Stonefist, he mentioned it to us.
It's a strange boy. The kids, the other kids, they tease him. He's new in town and a bit of an odd bird. But Linda always tried to include him in all their games, but it usually ended badly.
Oh,
How so?
Just storming off and throwing things at the other kids, and she kind of turns in disgust, basically.
Again, I apologize if this is difficult, but if there is anything else you can think of that can help us possibly find them sooner rather than later, it would be much appreciated.
We don't know anything, unfortunately. That's
So there was nothing that struck you as odd in this town at that time in any way, shape or form?
we.
I hope this isn't a distressing question, but any problems with bears or mountain lions or anything?
No, Dad generally takes care of any animals that come our way, and that's. Haven't seen any giants or anything since we've been here. It's been 15 years.
Yeah. Sure, you would notice a giant suddenly coming into town.
We could, if you can find them, we'd be happy to reward you in any way we can.
That would be most appreciated. I don't require any funds, but I mean, we're in a party of 4.
Well, we can talk about that after we find the children.
Yes. That is most important priority to me at least.
Is there anyone you would suggest speaking to?
Besides the Shays, of course, we're definitely going to speak with them.
The only other person that might have any idea about the footprints or anything you were talking about would be Dav.
Of course.
Well, we should get off then, and thank you very much for your time. Hopefully we shall return with good news.
I hope so too.
Thank you very much.
They just kind of go back to their pointless cleaning.
Well, at least we know all the children generally play together at the edge of town, so...
Yes, and it seems like the Deshay boy is getting more suspicious.
I'm worried that it's possible the boy might have magic.
that might be the reason that he was being picked on?
That, and if he's not quite fitting in, if he doesn't know how to show certain aspects of himself.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But we should try and find out more information before we assume he has abilities.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I mean, next point of interest will be the Deshays after we meet up with the others, so...
Well, we can either head across to the hunter with the others, or wait for them at the blacksmith's.
No, I say we can just wait there. I'm sure they'll be fine and have no issue.
Very well.
All right, so we will have the other two head over to speak to the hunter.
Okie
So you make your way to the edge of the village, where it basically just you can see some pathways that. And so when I'm describing the mountains, it's not entirely just like all rocks and everything. There is, I wouldn't go as far as to say like a forest, there are trees and some evergreens and stuff like that are leading out. There's a trail that heads out past the edge of the village where you would assume Dav goes out hunting and that type of thing. So he's on the edge of the village near this sort of forested area. And you see that the it's more of a little hut than a house. It's the smallest building that you've seen since you've been in there. But outside you see, like there's all of the things you would expect from a hunting lodge, essentially, where there's some traps and some furs and stuff hanging. But other than that, it seems pretty quiet. Birds chirping and things like that, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Bjorn will look at Eve and say, I do not know which one of us is... He kind of looks and he goes, you say people get nervous about horns. They see me and do the same. I do not know who should be the one up front.
I can fix. Hold on a minute. Let me just double check one thing. How long those? We're on the edge of town, right?
Yep.
All right. I really hope this doesn't fuck us over. It's for 1 hour. She's like, "Oh, I can fix this." She takes off her cloak. She takes off the hood of her cloak, and you see she sort of like twists her hands, and you hear some words.
As soon as she starts like doing anything like that, Bjorn like kind of walks in front of her and just kind of tries to body block her from anyone else around.
Is there anyone around? I thought you said there was no one around.
No, there isn't.
Oh, okay, never mind.
And you watch, and you hear what she's saying, but it's not human. She's speaking in Infernal. So it sounds like she's speaking Devil Tongue.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably a bit terrifying for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then so you watch as the horns seem to like melt away, like they just disappear. And her eyes go from this piercing sort of silver to like a kind of simple dark blue. And then she sort of smiles up at him. She's all done.
He kind of looks a little bit amazed. Says, "You should be in up front, yes."
She sort of gives him like a warm smile and pats him on the shoulder. Or she sort of like goes on her tiptoes and tries to pat him on the shoulder.
And yeah, he'll just follow your lead and let you take the front.
Okay. She knocks on the door. Click, click, click.
And you hear kind of a weak sort of yell, just like, "It's open."
Oh, she sort of looks back at him and she's like, "Here we go." She opens the door and she peeks inside. Hello? Oh. What was that? Yeah, it was the Sky Self.
So as you open it up, you can see that it is a very, very small little hut, and you can see what best you can tell. I mean, it's always difficult to tell. He's of Fey ancestry, so he's an elf or he's a half elf. It's always difficult to discern right away. If you had to guess, you would probably guess that he is an actual elf. He is lying in bed, and he's got bandages around his chest.
Wait, hold on, you're right. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Someone just made a very
What? Yeah, does this guy self a level 1 spell?
It's an actual
Yeah.
spell.
Oh, it's not, oh yeah, okay. I thought it was a cantrip for some reason. Yeah,
No.
go ahead and roll a d20.
Because I have the exact same spell.
I mean, you can choose when I roll it. I can have it roll it. Do I get a chance to? Do I roll this before I open the door? That's the question.
Yeah, just go ahead and do it now.
Fucking hell, this could be bad. 6.
I mean, the way that the rules as written for wild magic are that you just have to roll a 1 for it to affect anything. So
Oh, okay, right. So, right, I'm thinking of the other thing where if you do it to give yourself advantage, you're right.
yeah,
I
when I
didn't do tides of-
when I played a wild sorcerer, I always wanted it to happen more often. So I always wanted to have more than just the one. But yeah, you nothing happens. You just go ahead.
Yeah, I do that a lot unless it's in these kind of situations. And if you want to do that, you just do tides of chaos because then it always happens automatically.
Right.
Yeah, I love it.
So as you sort of like peek your head in, you see him laying there with the bandages that are a bit bloody around his chest. But you notice that the cabin itself is pretty cozy, and it smells kind of like of oranges and cloves. So it's very welcoming. It's very cozy and nice. And he just sort of like sees you kind of poke your head in, and he just kind of motions for you to come in.
She comes in making sure that she doesn't hit her invisible horns on the roof or anything. She doesn't. How high is he? Oh, she's short as hell. It's not going to happen. All right. They sort of walk in, and she says, "Sorry to bother you, sir. We just have a few quick questions."
He kind of nods and
Uh,
tries to look, like sees Bjorn sort of walk in behind you, big man, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah.
I'll close the door and stuff and just kind of wait behind Eve.
is there anywhere like can I like sit on the edge of his bed? I'm trying to like be
there,
like
there, there, there are a couple chairs and some stools that you could sit on if you wanted to.
She'll like pull up a chair and like sit. She'll immediately go into very elegant mode. She'll like put her hands very gently on her lap and give him a smile and say, "So just a few quick questions. We are here to investigate the missing children. We understand that you are the hunter, the beastmaster of these areas. Is that correct?"
He just kind of nods.
Okay. Have you noticed anything strange, perhaps in the wilds, creatures that perhaps didn't used to live around in these areas? Anything that could have disturbed anything larger or in that sort of situation?
Well, there's definitely been an increase of fey creatures in the area.
Okay. And you notice that she actually takes out the paper that she bought earlier and she takes one of the sheets and she starts writing on it. Increase in fey. Okay. And anything
he
else?
describes the ones that he's seen. He's seen quicklings. I'll just because
This is the first time in a campaign I'm actually taking the time to make loads of notes because I'm playing a character that makes loads of notes.
nice. So quicklings, darklings, redcaps, and pixies. He's all seen, which he's seen quicklings and pixies from time to time. Pixies, he goes to describe essentially that the pixies they're pretty interesting. Sometimes they're helpful, sometimes they're not. They just like to play pranks and
a little chaotic.
Darklings and redcaps, redcaps in particular, you would want to avoid at all costs.
And those are rare in this area.
I saw one recently, but I haven't seen that. That's the first time I've seen one in this area.
Okay. Anything else besides fey creatures? Perhaps something in the land itself or in the environment?
Not I can think of, no.
Just any like general changes that you've seen, anything unusual?
And he's kind of you saw that he's sitting there thinking for a moment, and no, nothing. I mean, seeing these creatures is pretty odd.
Okay, she sort of looks at you. Oh god, why did my phone just vibrate? That scared the hell out of me because it was on my leg. Fuck. That was terrifying. The children that went missing, do you know them at all? Have you seen them around? Have you seen any instances which might seem curious to you?
He kind of has a little bit of a grimace on his face. And he's like, don't really care for children myself. I try to avoid the little ones.
That's completely understandable. She sort of like pauses and thinks back to the people who were mentioned earlier. Do you know the people who owned the local tavern very well? The Horned Owl Tavern, I believe it was called.
I mean, I know them. I don't. I tend to keep to myself most of the time.
I'm guessing there's no. You haven't had any meetings with the Dashays?
Dishes.
Dashays? Yes, that's the words. It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
You haven't had any meetings with them or seen any suspicious behaviour in any sort?
Spend most of my time out in the wilderness. I try to avoid those folks as well.
Just in general in the wilderness, is there like anyone who might go out there? Is there anything that we should be wary of besides the fey creatures? Bears, wolves, that sort of thing.
Before he even says anything, Bjorn kind of just says, I assume there are tribes in mountains.
Tribes?
Yes. I come from tribe down south.
She sort of looks at the hunter like, is there?
Not too many that venture too close to the town, but I've seen a few Goliath hordes go by a few times.
Goliaths? I've never even seen a Goliath.
Just
wait.
look like small giants.
Okay.
Bjorn's going to kind of look at him and say, hey, they say a tree fell on you?
Yeah, this is what I get for trying to find those stupid kids.
What led you on path where a tree fell? Did you have tracks?
I was looking for tracks.
Did not come across any, though.
Nothing after the blizzard basically covered anything that I could track at that point.
Where did you see these fey creature? The ones you very rare.
Probably half a day's journey into the wilderness there, and he kind of like points in the direction out of the hut towards the woods.
Okay. Yours say, hey, well, I do not know. Do you have more question?
No, unless you have anything you want to tell us, any warnings you might want to give us. We plan on finding these children, or at least finding what happened to them.
He kind of raises an eyebrow at that, and he's like, well, just shout for fake creatures, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for your time. I hope you get better soon, and good luck to you. And she places a gold coin like on his like. Does he have like a bedside table?
Yeah.
She places a gold coin on it for his troubles.
As they're leaving, Bjorn kind of looks at him and says, do you require any goods from tavern we can have someone bring up to you? You seem stuck.
I'll be all right. I appreciate the thought.
Just nods his head and goes, opens up the door, and closes it when we're both out. And as we're leaving, he kind of looks to Eve and says, what is fey creature? I don't know what this means.
They're kind of like tiny magical people or creatures.
Oh, small, so we smash if they... Okay.
No, I wouldn't attack them. They're smart. They sometimes are good. They can be bad too. Quicklings and pixies, they're not always evil. I've been told. I don't really have experience with them.
I know beasts. I do not know these fey, but if they're small, we should be safe.
This is when I realize I speak fucking dwarfish. I should have spoke dwarfish to the other dude earlier. This is my fault for not looking at my goddamn languages a second ago. And she sort of like nods and gives a smile and right. Did we have a meeting place set up?
Yes, back at Dwarf House.
Right. Let's head back. I think that went well, and she like makes sure the ink is dry, like sort of waves on it slightly, and then she puts it in her book and she closes it.
Just as we're walking out, can I look towards where he was pointing towards the forest and see if I see anything that looks out of place to me?
Yep. Do a survival check, I guess.
All right. Nope, absolutely not.
No.
All right, yeah. Then we will just head back to the dwarf's house.
It's like as we're walking, like how long has it been since I cast a spell? Just a few minutes, right?
Yeah, probably about 10 minutes or so.
How long was the walk back to the house?
Probably about 15 minutes at the most.
Okay. As soon as like they're inside, she'll drop the spell. So her horns just like go like they appear, and her eyes go from that simple blue to like that icy cold silver.
Bjorn kind of just looks and he looks a little taken aback, but he doesn't say anything about it. And would we be back before the other two?
I think they probably would have been back.
Okay. So yeah, then when we're inside, we kind of just, I guess we'll go sit with them and just, Hunter does not seem like bad man, but not very helpful. He tell us where a tree fell on him and about something called fey creatures, but not much else.
Quicklings. She takes out the piece of paper which has got all her information written down. She says, "Well, apparently about a day and a half's journey from the village, he came across some quicklings, darklings, redcaps, and pixies, and I think it was the same general area that he had a tree fall on him while he was trying to find the children. So, and apparently it's very like he's never seen these sort of creatures in the area before. So that could be something of interest."
That does seem of interest. Things that we learned from the innkeepers. Unfortunately, it's their daughter Linda that disappeared. It seems like all the children played together at the edge of town by the mountain. Well, all the children except for his name is Garrett, I believe it was, the Deshay's son. It seems like he gets picked on a lot by the other kids. And then some bad things happen, like he gets very upset and throws things around, it seems. But yeah, it seems like he was the only one that came back that night.
That's worrisome.
Yes, we definitely need to question him and his family to see what's going on with that. And she glances at Thor and is like, anything else I missed?
No, not really, but with the information of there being fey creatures in the area, that may explain why the children have gone missing.
I've never actually interacted much with Fae. Have you had any interactions with them? And she looks at Soren still.
Not personally, no. The Fae don't really come under the mountain, but they are mischievous.
Bjorn kind of looks at them, talk about, no worry, they small creature, it's okay.
Yes, small, but they read a lot of books, Bjorn.
He kind of like his mouth kind of he's like oh, and like understands what you're saying. He says, so they not supposed to be here.
No, generally, they are not supposed to be where we are.
Hmm.
So do we go speak with this child who no go missing, or do we go look for where they say first, where they say they play?
I feel like child first and then where they play, and then perhaps where the pixies have been seen.
It is possible that Garrett may have seen where the pixies were, where the children had played. So there is possible information we could get.
So we go make them tell us what happened, and then we go find children.
Make them
More or
tell, but
less.
in a polite way.
Bjorn kind of like tilts his head like a confused dog and just, yes.
Other people can do the talking. You can just intimidate them if we need you to.
Just shrugs his shoulders.
Well, we better get moving. Let's hope there's no more snow.
All right. Do we know where the Shay's house is?
Yeah, it is the largest city or largest house in the village, so it's pretty easy to spot. But before we head there, let's take a quick break. So I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. So
I will refill myself. All right.
Sounds good.
be back in a couple minutes.
Yep.
I'm gonna just sit here.
Yep, same.
Yay!
Well, I know
I
what
feel-
I'll be doing as I'm walking up to the house.
Mm.
I'll be casting Detect Magic.
So far, I think Eve is kind of like moving towards Bjorn a bit. Like she likes him because he's different. He's physical. He's interesting.
He's definitely different than the two slightly weaker, skinnier members.
I mean, like my strength modifier. I believe it's a minus. Yeah, it's an 8.
Yep,
I've
so's
got-
mine.
So my girl, and she has a decent constitution. She has a 17 constitution. So she's not like fragile, but she's small. And she is kind of, she can be kind of shy, which I've been trying to show, but when she's like, she likes the group so far. What the hell is that? Sorry. No, yeah, it's interesting. I've not played a character like her before, so I'm trying to get like the fact that she stutters, she does things without thinking, and then she has to stop herself and things like that.
Yeah, I would have interacted a bit more earlier in the session, but my computer decided to do updates for everything.
Well, we can be magic buddies.
Except I can cast Disguise Self and not nearly blow up.
Hey, it's only a 1 in 20 chance that I blow up. And I'm also going to see if we can use a custom spell sheet. Like a custom wild magic thing. Because the regular one is kind of boring.
Yes,
But-
if you have one.
Plus, is it a
That
case of
one?
it only happens on a natural one?
Yeah, by default, there's like there's a bunch of people that have written different ones, and there's also like expanded consequences as well, because the ones that are on or in the player's handbook are okay, but some people like they added a bunch more.
Mhm.
I just always like you cast fireball centered on yourself.
That's usually like death. Like
For
that's
low
usually
level characters,
death.
it is for sure.
I'm back.
For some reason, I often get the grease related one.
Oh
I think
yeah,
it's the
I think I like when I had like I think I turned blue a couple times or something like that. That was
It's grease or I'm a plant. I once turned blue and then turned into a plant. So I just said I was a blue rose. I was a blue orchid.
Just say, Matt, would you say it's like a 10-minute walk from the blacksmith to the house?
probably.
Well, as we're walking, I'd be casting Detect Magic as a ritual, so I've got a bit of time on it.
Okay.
I say as soon as like, is their house like in the middle of town or on the edge of town? The Shays.
It's pretty centrally located, yeah. And you
Okay.
can see that it is, by comparison, it is obviously it's much nicer, and it also is much newer than the other houses.
She'll keep her hood up for a while then, and when they get towards the front of the house, she'll cast Disguise Self again and make her horns disappear and her eyes fade to a normal colour.
Does she blow up?
Let's fucking see, shall we? Nope. I actually had a DM who did it a different way. It's if you roll a 1 or a natural 20. And if you roll a 1, you get a bad outcome. But if you roll a 20, you get a better chance at a positive outcome.
I like bad outcomes.
I mean, they're fun, but I once had one where I kept doing the Tides of Chaos, and I was using a custom sheet, and for some reason I kept summoning friends and like people to help us fight, and it was brilliant. By the end of the fight, I had 5 dryads, 2 flumps, and an imp. It was wonderful.
All right. So, Soren, you're casting,
Detect Magic.
and you make your way to Shay's house.
Yeah, so when we get there, it'll be a case of within 30 feet of me, once we enter / get near the building, do I sense any form of magic?
As you're getting closer to the building, no.
Okay. We'll head up and knock on the door.
All right. So, short time passes, and actually, 2 people are at the door. They introduce themselves. You notice it's a human male. He introduces himself as Aaron, and there is a elven woman named Eliandra. They introduce themselves as the Deshays. They are, from what Grayson told you, they are tailors. They recently moved to Skytop to sort of get away. They used to live in Tessera, and they moved to sort of get away from all of the distractions and the noise and everything of Tessera and came here. But they do attract quite a large group of wealthy people to make their gowns and clothing for them.
Hello. My name is Saul, and myself and my companions here have been sent to investigate the missing children. Is it okay if we come in and ask you some questions?
And they kind of look at you like, what? Aaron speaks up. What sort of questions?
Well, we've been going around asking plenty of people about if they knew anything about where the children were, what was happening at the time, and however bad it may seem, your son is the only one who hasn't been taken, but he also played with them, so he may know where they were, or where they may have gone.
Aaron sort of like, no, I don't think he does.
Are you sure? All we require is just a few minutes to ask him a question. After that, we'll be out of your hair.
And Eliandra sort of speaks up. She's like, those children are horrible to Garrett. He doesn't know anything about it, any of them.
Why are they horrible? Is it because he's, I'm assuming, half-elf?
She just kind of like raises her nose up a little bit. There's no reason that they shouldn't like him, but that if that's the reason, they're just all the more horrible that they are.
I'll take off the hood. As you can see, I am half-elf myself, so it's not so unusual.
I know it's not unusual. They're just horrible children.
That may be the case, but it's still unfair to their parents that their children are missing. All we wish is to find them.
Well, I wish you luck in that.
Bjorn, you guys, I mean, I don't know if anyone's looking at him, but he looks like he's starting to get angry. And he's just going to kind of, you are not worried that your child be taken next. Not safer to find other children and make sure he does not go missing.
He's not missing now, and we won't let him out of our sight.
Oh, that will be very fun for him, yes. Stay indoors all the time. He will love parents.
They just, Eliana in particular, just sort of like looks at you with a look of disdain. Is there anything else that we can help you with?
Truly, we just would like to speak with your son to find out if he knows anything. That's all we really need.
You could be in the same room as he speaks with us.
Make a perception or persuasion check.
Which one?
Whoever was asking that, and they just shake their heads like, nope. And Aaron speaks up and says, he told us that they were playing hide and seek in the mountains.
Does he know where in the mountains?
I mean, if it's the point of hide and seek, isn't it?
Or
They were
where...
hiding. How was it gonna? They always play in the same place. And
Yes, but where would
you guys
that
have sort
be?
of like through everybody else that you were talking to, like Isabel and Jillian, they you guys have a general idea about where they play. It's basically on the edge of the woods. He told us that they were playing hide and seek, and he went to look for them, and he couldn't find any of them, and so he just assumed that they were playing a prank on him, like they always do, and so he just came home.
Has he mentioned anything recently about any pixies or fey creatures in the area?
kind of like snorts. It's like he doesn't believe in fairy tales, and neither do we.
Bjorn kind of just speaks up. He says, "These people do not want to help. We go look ourselves."
Well, it would appear so. All we can hope is that we can find who's taking these children before any more are taken.
And I will say, if you eventually would like to speak with us for whatever reason, or if your son Garrett would like to speak with us as well, while you're present, of course, we are staying at the blacksmith's with Stonefist. She just smiles.
And Eleander gives one of those like really fake, awful smiles and back, and just closes the door.
As she's doing that, Bjorn puts his hand on the door and says, "Have a nice day." And then he grabs the handle and slams as hard as he could and tries to pull the fucking handle off.
All right.
Don't know if it'll work, but
Yeah, we'll say that the essentially the doorknob breaks.
okay. And as he does that, he kind of just looks at everyone and says, "I feel better."
Well, I'm not sure if that was necessary, but let's get on our way before we have to pay for a doorknob.
As you say that, Bjorn just grabs 3 gold coins and drops it on the ground and walks away.
And I walk away. So as you guys are walking around the house, I assume you're going towards the forest.
Yes.
Is the forest, is that like where the kids were said to be playing? Like, because
Yeah.
you were saying near the mountains, but then in the forest kind of too.
Well, I mean, so the best way to describe it is that there is the edge of town, essentially. At the edge of town, there's a trail that goes back by the hunter's cabin that goes up further into the mountains, and there is a stand of trees. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a forest. It's not quite that large.
Okay.
But yeah, like the trail goes into some evergreen trees that goes and then starts to go up to the mountains further. And generally around that, the trees there is where the kids would play. And
All right. Oh, and as we're getting close, Bjorn is going to look to everyone and say, so we keep eye out for little creatures. Anything else?
who has the highest passive perception?
Nope.
14.
I am 10.
Yeah, Lena's 10.
I'm trying to find mine. Shade.
Just look at your perception, like where you would click on it to roll perception, and do 10 plus the number that it is plus.
11.
So, me, 14.
All right.
Oh, somehow I got out of the game.
So Soren, as you guys are making your way towards this area, you notice what appears to be someone or something running into the woods. You're not quite sure what it is, but you recognize that at the very least, it's not a particularly large. It looked like it looked humanoid, but it didn't look like a particularly large humanoid.
There seems to be something small running into the woods.
I didn't see anything.
This way? And Bjorn points just towards the trees.
I assume that would be in the direction.
Yep.
Hey, when you say, so we hurry, and he's gonna like look at everyone and then like kind of turn to start running.
No. Bjorn.
He stops and, if it's there now, should we not go?
I didn't see exactly what it was, and if it was a small fey creature, then I very much doubt you would end up having a good time.
I suppose we'll just have to be watchful as we progress on our way.
Correct.
So then I guess Bjorn will start leading them that direction, trying to be as like quiet and stealthy as possible.
All right. Everybody can roll stealth and roll a
Ooh,
survival check to see if you can.
ooh, 2 good rolls.
All right. So as you make your way into the woods, there you do notice that the
Fuck.
so we'll see. You got as a group, you're doing okay with stealth. Not great, but as a group, you're doing all right. You notice that the snow, for the most part, is not on the ground as you make your way into the woods because the trees have stopped a lot of it. But you do pick up enough of a track there that you are able to quietly sort of make your way through. And you travel for probably maybe half an hour to 45 minutes before you kind of come to a clearing, and you all sort of notice what appears to be a couple of figures in the distance. You're not close enough to hear or see exactly just yet.
Right. Yeah, Bjorn will stop everyone and just point it out since he's kind of like up in the front and just whisper very, very quietly and say, is this what you saw running?
It's possible. I didn't get a good view when I initially saw it.
Do we sneak close or do we just walk in?
Maybe sneak just to make sure we know what we're dealing with.
Or until we know a little better if it's human or not.
If it is bad, if it attack, you stay behind me. I can go a bit up ahead, maybe 15 or so feet.
I appreciate that, but I should be fine.
Well, I mean all of you. We get close then, yes?
All right.
And I don't know if we're re-rolling stealth or whatnot, but yeah, we'll try to get closer until someone can see what the hell this thing is, or these things are.
Do another stealth check and then do perception checks.
Oh, there we go. Now I'm killing it. At least everyone else is good on stealth this time.
I'm stealthy and I can perceive.
I'm so confused. We had to roll perception now? What?
Yeah, perception.
Ooh.
I see all.
So as you get a little bit closer, you see a half-elven child that appears to be talking to a smaller creature of some kind. Sort of looks a bit elvish in and of itself. It's kind of short. It's got dark skin. It's difficult to see. It's got a sort of a high collared jacket on that's like covering a bit of its face. And you hear them talking. I would say that Lena and Eve both can kind of make out what they're saying. Essentially, the boy, the half-elven boy, is talking to this little creature, and he's saying that he's afraid of being caught, and he wants Granny Greengrove to offer him some sort of protection. And this other creature is sort of berating the boy, telling him to stop whining and berating him for being a baby. And at this point, after he's sort of being insulted, the boy runs off to the west, and the other creature, spotting all of you now, runs off in the opposite direction.
Follow the
that was a bit-
creature.
We are looking for children.
Follow the creature.
I agree, the creature.
Yep, let's go.
Bjorn starts running.
Everyone starts running.
All right. So I guess do a Bjorn, do a survival check, see if you can track this thing. You actually you do keep up for a little bit. You see the tracks, and then all of a sudden, it's the tracks actually just stop. It's not even as if you feel like you've lost it. It's just you even like point to everybody. It's like, look, this is what I was following, and then it stops.
Can I
Bjorn-
cast Detect Magic as an actual spell?
Yeah, Bjorn's going to kind of just look around and say, do they fly? There's tracks just disappear.
Maybe it's magic or books.
Do I sense any magic within 30 feet of where the tracks stop?
Yes. You see what appears to be sort of a dust covering the ground.
There seems to be dust on the ground. Like a trail of dust?
A bit. But after a while, it starts to fade as well.
Does it say if it's a trail of dust, could I follow it?
You can follow it for a bit, yeah. Do an Arcana check.
Can we both do it?
Yes.
They're both mage people. Ooh, fuck.
So,
2 in a row.
Eve, you recognize this from your reading. You believe that this creature has used the dust of tracelessness.
I relay this to the group. So I say, he's hidden his tracks with dust of tracelessness. We won't be able to track him.
Maybe we can track the kid. I mean, I'm quite suspicious that that's Garrett.
Yes, the only half-elf child in this town, apparently.
By now, he's probably made it. Wait, how far out from town were we?
I mean, you were like, what, 45 minutes or so?
By now, he's possibly made it back into town. Or at least he's gotten a good head start on us, so I think we'll have to be going up against the parents as well.
Was he running towards the town, though? Or deeper into the trees?
Well, he was running. You guys were coming from the town, but he was running, I mean, from the opposite direction that you guys went. So he wasn't running toward the same direction that you guys were coming from, but
Okay.
Well, we should try.
he essentially went to the west, and you guys went to the east.
Maybe we should set off to try and find the boy.
Yeah, we can try tracking him, or Bjorn can try tracking him.
Okay. Yes, I can find him, I think. All right. So I guess we turn around and head back to where we saw the meeting happening.
Okay.
And I'll look for the kids' tracks leading in the opposite direction.
Do a survival.
10. Someone has to be better at survival than me.
I have a +2.
Nope.
I have the same.
I have a +1.
So as you guys are walking back, a few things happen. Like you get back there and you're trying to find it and you don't. And Soren, you actually get hit in the back of the head with a snowball. Not a particularly large snowball, but you get hit in the back of the head with a snowball. And as you're sort of trying to find the trail, you notice that there are like these flower petals that just keep falling on top of your head, Bjorn.
Okay. He would not like that. He would he'll just start frantically looking around to see if he can see anything.
Everybody do a perception check.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep. 2 natural 20s and then a natural 1.
Maybe the 13 can save us.
Lena, what you hear is you just hear giggling.
Well,
And then as you're doing this, like there's branches to start like falling from trees, and
I believe we've found the fey creatures.
If they seem small, we've found the pixies.
Hearing this, Eve is gonna use prestidigitative that spell
Yep.
and cause like a little shower of sparks and like just like keep doing it in her hands to attempt to get like lure them out to get closer because like shiny thing, come take a look, that sort of thing.
So you hear kind of a little bit of more giggles and little oohs and ahs, but you don't see anything.
Okay, worth a try.
We'd like to ask you all some questions. Maybe you'd like something in return.
And
We
after a couple
can.
seconds, you actually you see 3 different little pixies that are kind of like flying around. What appears to be they like essentially dropping invisibility, whereas they just sort of like fade into existence as you see them, and they're just kind of like buzzing around. You still hear them kind of giggling and stuff.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Bjorn kind of looks down at you with his like nose crinkled up and just says, "They steal children."
Well, pixies are known for being good, right? Or are they the tricksy ones?
Yeah, they're mischievous, but they're generally not known to be like they're not evil or anything. They're annoying and
They made flowers fall on my head. They're fucking
yeah,
evil.
they like to play pranks and stuff like that. But yeah, they're not evil.
I sort of put my hand on his eyes, like pixies don't tend to do such things. That oh wait, can I do the, can I like copy they're doing the flower thing with prestidigitation, that spell?
You can try.
Prestidigitation.
Yes,
I can't fucking say
I can't say it
that.
either. So
I'm gonna try like mimic it with like making it like look like sparkling petals. Like, hey, look what I can do that too.
and
Sparkle.
you see as you're doing that, they like essentially like as they're flying around, there's a little shower of like sparkling dust that sort of like goes in their way to look like a little bit of a shooting star. I mean, basically like they look like Tinkerbell as they're flying around.
So as she's doing that, they're starting to get closer.
I mean, they're like flying overhead. I wouldn't necessarily say they're close, but
All right.
I'm trying to lure them in with shiny things.
All right.
We'd like to ask you all, do you know anything about the missing children?
well, first of all, does anybody speak Sylvan?
Nope.
Well, I can sort that problem out.
I speak Common and Elvish.
Common, infernal, dwarvish.
I am going to cast as a spell. So yes, I can understand.
If they speak to you, you can understand it.
Yeah, if they speak, but for now, if I can understand any language spoken.
So, they're talking between themselves, and you hear them say that they didn't understand what Lena was saying.
I'll repeat the question in Elvish.
So, I mean, Elvish and Sylvan are somewhat related. So we'll say that they can kind of understand a few words here and there. For the most part, they can kind of get the gist of what you're trying to say. Obviously, you can understand what they're saying back. And just for the sake of expediency, they let you know that they do know about the missing children, but they're afraid of the creature that took them, so they don't want to get involved.
Is that the Granny?
Granny Green Grove, is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, that one.
Yes.
Do you know where this Granny Green Grove is?
So basically, they tell you where she is, and she tells you they tell you where she's keeping the children, and they offer you a couple of things, mainly because you guys were good sports about their little tricks. So they sort of tell you that they don't really have the ability to do much to help, like fight or anything like that, but they do say that there's a way to get into the cave that Granny Greengrove is in, and they would be willing to turn you into small creatures so that you can sneak your way in. And in addition to that, they also offer to give you a kiss if you should accept it from them. They don't explain what that means, but those are the things that the pixies offer you.
I would accept both.
I would gladly accept a kiss of a beautiful young pixie girl.
A kiss? Well,
Sure.
from the pixies?
Yes,
I mean,
they intend to turn us into little creatures so we can sneak into the cave where the children are being held. They also wish to give us a kiss.
Bjorn kind of looks and says, "I do not wish to be small."
I do not wish to be a pencil.
Okay, so you no be pencil, I will no be small.
well, at the very least, Bjorn, do accept the kiss.
He kind of like looks up at him like confused, and he puts his hand to his lips and like blows a kiss up.
Oh.
So they all sort of swoop down and they all kind of kiss you guys on the forehead. And with that, you all sort of feel this sort of like warm sensation as they do so. And you all get a temporary 5-point hit point increase for the next 8 hours.
Wow.
Sweet.
And for those of you who agreed to be turned into a small creature, roll a d8 for me.
Something cute.
One of you's gonna get like a fucking skunk.
Skunks are cute.
All right.
We're all different, probably.
So, Eve, you turn into a mouse.
Yay.
Lena, you turn into a turtle dove.
Lucky.
I'm a bird.
And
Very fitting.
Soren,
Yep.
You turn into a robin.
Oh, come on, they all get to fly.
Yes, they get birds. You got a mouse.
You know what?
I can throw you if you want.
Terror.
Wait, so when they turn, I look at them all and I say, "Hey, can you still understand what I say?"
They
Can
can.
we?
Yes.
Little
chirp,
mousy,
chirp.
mousy head squeak.
And Lena will fly up and land on Bjorn's shoulder.
All right. Yeah, I'll put my hand down in front of the mouse and like offer it to pick up and put her on my shoulder.
She crawls onto it and then she pauses and she tries to cast a spell while a mouse. Like she tries to use prestidigitation to make more sparks appear. In other words, can I cast magic when I'm in this form?
Actually looking at this. Yeah.
'Cause if I can,
you,
that'll be
you are
useful.
limited in the actions you can perform by the nature of your new form. You can't speak, cast spells, or take any other action that requires hands or speech.
So they can't be semantic or vocal spells.
Nope.
Which I think all of mine are, so I can't do shit.
I'm gonna kind of look up towards the pixies and say, will they become? I'll say it in Elvish. Do they turn back when we find this creature?
You don't understand because you don't understand Sylvan.
Yeah.
Well, when they answer, if I obviously don't understand it, I'm just gonna like look at them and nod yes, and then shake my head no, and like kind of shrug my shoulders.
What I will add to this, which I should have told you before I had you guys roll, and in fact, if you want, we can not have this. This is what you will turn into, but we can have it not happen just yet. The pixies polymorph works slightly differently than the regular polymorph, in that they explain to you that all you have to do is essentially will yourself into your normal forms. You can end it. It doesn't have to last for an hour. You can essentially at will turn yourself back into your regular form.
Bjorn still has no desire to be small.
And I mean, so like, and they explain to Soren that if you don't all change, then there's no point in any of you changing, because this is so that you can get into the secret way into the cave. If the big dumb idiot is going to stand there like a big dumb idiot, then it's not going to help.
Well, I'll just tell him to turn him anyway.
Bjorn will request to be the biggest of the small creatures.
Okay.
So if there's two birds and a mouse, like if I could even be a fucking rat, I'm fine with it. I just want to be the biggest.
Size doesn't mean everything.
To Bjorn?
I mean, that was a quote from a game.
All right. So at your request, since they did that, it's a robin, it's a mouse, it's a turtle dove, and they will turn you, Bjorn, into, as a nod to your former character, they'll turn you into a stoat and or a weasel.
Perfect.
Eve
Alright.
looks terrified because weasels eat mice.
Yes, they do.
Would we have enough time on the way there to possibly short rest?
I'm pretty sure short rest is an hour.
Well, we don't have to. It's just a query. Is it like more than an hour away?
It's probably not more than an hour away.
All right, real quick question. If I will myself back, can I also go turn back into the animal afterwards, or no?
No, it's a one.
Okay.
One time.
So we're kind of stuck using our short, stubby little legs to get there now.
Correct.
Okay.
The pixies did not think this through.
All right. The weasel's gonna walk up to the mouse and kind of like put its head down, like to make a ramp to get on, because it can move faster than the mouse can.
At first, she's gonna think you're trying to eat her, and she basically falls on her back, terrified. She basically rolls over. She's like, no. And then she realizes what you're doing, and she like clambers onto your back. and like holds on.
And pixies have an intelligence of 10, by the way, just so that you're. they're not the smartest.
I mean, 10 is
So
average.
I guess we'll start running there, and I'll just keep my eyes up and try to follow where the birds are going.
Well, the pixies will take you to the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're just not going to go in there with you, but they will.
All right. Sounds
Like,
good.
I get Elena doesn't even have to move; she just has to hold on.
All right. Yeah, then we'll head there. And I mean, none of us can talk or anything on the way, so we don't have a plan. We're not going to either.
So, you guys eventually make your way there, and with your tiny little bodies, and you are able to the pixies show you this sort of crack in these rocks, and really it doesn't. If you weren't shown like, hey, go right here, you would have probably not even noticed this crack in the rock, and even if you did, you would have just looked at it like, oh, okay, it's a crack in a rock.
Can I do something? Do I still have my mental stats?
Yes.
Can I insight check the pixies?
Yes.
I just realized no one's thought to do that. These pixies could technically be in league with the person.
I mean, you're not gonna be able to tell anybody if you find that out, but
I
Bite
mean,
in the back of my head.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna fucking do if it is bad. Where's insight? There it is. 12. I just want to know, do they seem to be truthful or are they fucking with us?
I mean, best you can tell, they seem to be truth.
Okay.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to read.
Hard to read. I mean, you do know that they are generally, again, they're mischievous, but they're not generally evil creatures. They so you guys follow the lead of the pixies, and they show you where the crack that you just squeeze through, essentially. Knowing that as you squeeze in, you're not going to be able to turn back until you get to whatever is on the other side. And as you sort of go through this tunnel, and it's a bit of a squeeze. It's more awkward for the birds. I mean, a mouse and a weasel can crawl through here pretty easily, but birds with just 2 legs and wings are not really the best at crawling. But you wind through this seemingly as it's dark, and it's starting to get quite cold, and it seems to take quite a while for you to go through. You start to see a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and it's getting quite cold, and you can see that you've entered into what appears to be the back wall of a cage, a jail cell, and you can see that there are 3 children on the ground. The crack in the wall that you're going through is actually like above, so you're sort of looking down onto these children that are sitting on the ground and appear to be quite cold. They are not wearing clothing befitting this cold temperature. You can see that one of them appears to be unconscious, and their lips are kind of blue. But it is a boy and 2 girls that are on the ground here.
Does that add up to what we know has gone missing?
We need 2 more.
Yeah, we need 2 more.
There were 5 that.
Is there a way that it looks like we can get down to the ground?
I mean, yeah, it would be kind of a drop, but
okay.
Can I fly him down as a robin?
I don't think you're picking up a weasel. Maybe the mouse.
Mouse puts her paws up as if to say, "Carry me down, please."
Yeah, I can carry your mouse down.
Maybe if the turtle dove and Robin work together, we can get the weasel down.
I'm gonna jump off and make an acrobatics check as a weasel. Try to land safely.
Am I being carried or am I jumping?
I'll carry you down.
Yay!
I think the two of you could probably carry a mouse down.
Yeah, okie doke.
The weasel does a ninja roll at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know what the stats are for a weasel, but that's
yeah, it's a +3 for Dex. And do we see anything or like that besides the children? Like, do we see light coming from anywhere, like, or other figures?
You see, there appears to be like a barred door, but you see maybe a little bit of light coming from the other side of the door.
But once we're all like close to the ground, I kind of look around at everyone else and just, I mean, we can't talk, so I kind of like am taking in what's going on. Like, Bjorn has something he wants to do, but he doesn't know if he should, and he's just kind of looking to follow someone else's lead.
Just to say, I'm gonna head over to the door to see if I can see through it.
No, it's like it's a wooden door. Well, I guess as a bird, you could fly up to, because essentially, if you think of it, it's a wooden door that has like a window slit at the top with like bars in it.
Is there a gap like at the bottom of the door that I could squeeze under? Because I am a small mouse.
Probably.
I am a squeeze under the door. Boop.
So as you, because the room that you're in does actually appear to be like a square room that's been kind of carved. As you go under the door, you find yourself in what appears to be like a more of a natural looking cave.
Okay, I'm a look behind me, and then I realize I'm probably the smallest of the group, so am I the only one that can fit under the door?
I think the birds can probably get through the bars.
Yeah, they could probably get through the window.
Yeah,
The
I
weasel
would
might
go
be
up
able to
the
squeeze.
window.
Is the weasel gonna try and squeeze?
You said one of these kids is unconscious, and
Yes.
the other ones are like
yeah.
frozen blue.
Correct.
I forgot about that bit.
Bjorn is gonna will himself back into his normal form
Just
outside the cage.
So you went under the door and then out, and then
No, I did not go under the door.
Okay, so you're essentially
I'm still
inside.
near the kids.
Okay.
I'm going to will myself back and just put my finger up to my lips, very, very like making a shush sign, and take my my furs off and hand it through and just whisper very, very quietly, "We are here to help. Stay quiet, yes?"
So, yeah, you guys are. You are in the same cell that they're in. So you came in the back side of the cell essentially. So.
Oh well, yeah. Could I have gotten out of that cell first and then change back?
You would have to crawl under the door. So like that's
Oh.
what it is. You guys have like
Okay.
you were in the cell and then you were like.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying it was like you went into a room and there was like a cell in the room, not that this room was the cell.
Yeah, the room that you're in is the cell.
Okay. Then
here, actually, let me see if
then yeah, I would have tried to squeeze under.
I wanted to like give them my cloak, but we wouldn't have gotten out.
I mean, someone saw the child, he just ignored the child.
So if you were outside, then you would be.
I am on a complete black screen. I don't know if it's because it's dark or what.
Oh, hold on. Is everybody in the black screen?
Yep.
I think yes.
because none of you have sight. All right, can everybody see at this point?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yes.
Bjorn only gave you 15 feet because
that's fine.
technically can't see anything. Everybody else can see. And Soren, did you leave the room?
I was on the other side of the door.
Yeah, Lena would be, I guess, on the window looking back.
Yeah, I mean, if I couldn't find a way out, then yeah, I would not have changed in the room. I would have left the room first.
All right, so Lena, do you want to join the rest of them outside?
We're gonna change back once we're outside, I think.
So we're all changing back.
Lena can stay a bird for a bit longer. If y'all need, like, scouting ahead type stuff.
Once I see anyone else change back, I am as well.
Eve will change back quickly and say, well, that's 3 of them. There's meant to be 2 more. And do I see any other doors or like cells?
Not from where you're standing, no.
Bjorn is kind of like just arms out, reaching around because he can't see shit. It's pitch black in here, right?
It's pretty dark, yeah.
Yeah.
There is a bit
So
of light, but
he's just reaching around, and he whenever he touches anyone, whoever it is first, he just grabs onto him and says, "I cannot see. I will hold on. You lead way."
Hold on. And she reaches, like, puts her hand on you, and then she tries to feel where your weapon is. And when she finds it, she casts a light again on it.
He immediately puts it under his cloak and says, "I do not want them to know we are here. Perhaps when we find something."
Isn't there quite a faint light?
Well, I don't know.
yeah,
I thought it was
there's a
the
little
same
bit
as
of
a torchlight.
There's a little bit of light, and that's why you can see as much as you can.
Okay. All right. Then yeah, that's fine. He'll look at you and say, "Thank you very much."
I would also say that her light is it's not like a regular, like, red flame light or like a regular light. It's kind of like got a blue touch to it. Like a silvery blue. Oh my fucking god, I just read.
So we came. This is where the cell was, right? Down this way?
Yep.
All right.
We'll give you
So,
20 foot.
Soren, are you back into normal form too?
If I've seen 2 of you drop back, then yeah, I'll turn back into a drow.
All right. He sees you two, and he starts looking around for Lena or the bird. And when he sees her, he kind of just like waves her to come down.
Yeah, she'll go and land on his shoulder and then kind of like nod her head in a bird way towards like the I guess the hall, and then flies this way.
Give me a moment, I'll unlock the door.
Do we wish to find the others first? We do not want children making noise if not necessary.
Well, there is a child in there that's unconscious and looks in distress.
Wait for Bird to come back first.
Gonna look up turtle dove perception, I guess.
I'm not sure what the Any bird would do, because I don't think a turtle dove is actually a thing.
Let's just do.
I mean, like if there's like a crow or probably like a raven even would probably be fine.
Okay.
So
Perception plus 3. Add just 3 to that. So 15.
So you can see right here, right?
Where did you indicate, sorry?
Yeah, because here.
Yeah.
So you see what appears to be a younger woman. She looks like she's making food. She's got a few bowls that she's putting like soup into. She's kind of humming to herself.
Okay. And I'm assuming she sees nothing else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. She flies back to the others, turns back into human Lena, and whispers, "There's a woman on the other side just making soup or something."
And you said this door is barred?
Yeah.
So is it like locked, or is it like a bar I can lift off?
Both.
Okay. So then, I'll let Soren do his thing first, since you said you could do that.
Yes, I have thieves' tools. I'm not having good rolls tonight.
So I won't require a strength check because it's not like it's that difficult. So you're able to get the bar off, but you're not able to get the. It's just basically like a square like wooden bar that is sitting over the door, but you're not able to get on.
Bjorn's gonna kind of look at everyone and say, "Perhaps the woman has keys. Yes."
Perhaps, she could be spooning soup for the kids. Soup is a pretty easy thing to make en masse.
Kids do not seem like very well fed. Do not know if it's for them.
I really hope it's not the kids in the soup.
And as she says that, Bjorn kind of looks at her and you can see him starting to get more angry, and he just, "We go now. We go now, yes?" And he's gonna start walking.
We don't want to draw too much attention.
I thought about trying to hold him back. You're like, wait, just slow down. Try and be stealthy.
He's gonna pull his maul out and try to start put his back against the wall and start creeping around.
I turned the light off on it. Light's gone.
Okay.
Lena will pull out her shield.
All right. So I'm gonna try to be stealthy and kind of just slowly move my way around the wall, keeping my back to it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had 2 good rolls and 2 rolls.
2 good, 1 air, and 1 holy shit.
All right, hold on. Roll 20 is going super slow for me.
Oh, I'll unfurl the whip.
Kinky.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, I had to. It's force of habit.
All right. So as you guys are slowly making your way, you see that she turns around and has a tray and has some bowls of soup and starts walking your general direction.
She's walking towards us?
Yes.
All right. And it's pretty dark here. Is there anything to try to duck down behind?
No. There's that lip of the right now you're hidden from her, but
okay, because Bjorn doesn't even know where she's coming from, so he was just trying to move stealthily.
Yeah, Lena will have a hand on his shoulder and kind of, or arm, and kind of point in the direction that she was.
All right. So if she's coming this way, Jorn is gonna wave them like to go backwards.
And you, as you guys are trying to like, you're sneaking a little bit. You hear her start as she's walking towards you. You hear her say, "Dinner time, my dearies. You need your soup to stay strong."
All right. Can I? So where do I hear her coming from?
I mean,
Is it like this direction or is it up here?
It's around the corner
This
there.
way.
Around this way. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to do my best to get as low to the ground as possible, pulling my like furs and stuff up over me, so I kind of just look like a pile of. Maybe I'll look like just some dark rock with moss on it or something. I don't know, but I'm just trying to stay as hidden there as possible.
Do another stealth check, I guess. Or I guess you could do a performance check to see, like, do I look like a rock?
I'd rather do the stealth. I mean, I'll do a performance too if you want.
That's fine. So she's not looking, obviously, for anybody. So, and you see her come around the corner here.
All right. Do I notice anything about her that says that she's hurt children? Like, do I see any bones or weapons or anything like that?
She does not appear to be carrying any weapons. She appears to be wearing a white dress and
All right.
carrying a tray of soup. But from where she is, she can probably see Lena, so.
Yep.
Well, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting because I don't know where she can see. I'm not.
Yeah, so she can see Lena, and she probably could see Soren as well. So she just kind of stops where she is, and it's like, "Please don't hurt me."
We were looking for the children here. Can you tell us anything?
She just kind of stutters, and she's like, Granny Greengrove took them. I'm just feeding them."
Oh, come closer, of course. Feed them the soup. We have no trouble towards you. We were looking for the children that... We were looking for the one that harms the children, I suppose, or took the children. Could you tell us anything about Granny Greengrove?
You're not going to hurt me, are you?
No, of course not. And she just holds up her hand. One hand is like holding the shield still. The other hand is... There's like no weapon in it.
Do I believe her that she is here to care for the children?
Do an insight check.
I'm gonna say, Eve is listening to this, and she's preparing a crossbow bolt. Like, she just has it ready to go if she starts showing any aggressive signs.
Yep. She says that she's stuck here with the kids, and Granny Greengrove has been taking... She keeps complaining about being weak, and that she's been collecting children for some sort of ritual to make herself strong again.
Are you from the village or from somewhere else?
What village?
The village that these children are from.
And she shakes her head no.
I'm assuming Granny Greengrove is here, up ahead somewhere.
And she kind of like moves her head towards the behind her, so like in this general direction, and says that there are stairs that lead down to where she is.
Is that where the other two children are?
I don't know.
Do you know when the two other children were taken from the group?
And she shakes her head. You can see that she looks kind of scared. at this point.
Well, still have no intention of hurting you. Suppose we could be on our way, everyone? Lena just trusts everyone, by the way.
Bjorn is not moving.
I would like to cast sleep.
Okay.
So does 19 hit points put her to sleep?
It does not.
Fuck.
Hmm.
Well, she knows I've just tried to cast a spell.
And you can see that for a second, she kind of closes her eyes, and then she sort of blinks them rapidly and looks in your direction, but doesn't say anything.
Everyone, aren't we gonna go on to the downstairs? No?
Maybe we can have this woman show us the way.
She'll kill me if she knows that I told you where she was.
We'll keep you safe.
She sort of chuckles and she looks at someone. She's like, with spells like that,
Can I?
You've
Is it
kind of given it away now, haven't you?
Is it possible for me to just have like a fireball, not like a firebolt, just like echoing in my hand, like not actually casting it, but like having it constantly on hold, so it looks like I've got a fireball in my hand.
Yeah.
I sort of start doing that. I just look at her and I just say, "You really want to piss us off?"
I don't understand why that is necessary. She seems like a nice woman.
She insulted the other spellcaster. She is proud of magic. She doesn't like anyone being a bit rude.
Lena, I've just cast a spell to put her to sleep, yet she resisted it.
Is that something that is easy to do or difficult? And she stares at the woman.
Not for an ordinary person, no.
Now Lena will attempt insight. Nope.
He's like, what are you talking about? She's sweet.
Hey, she's just bringing soup for the kids. I don't understand.
Do I know anything? Do I see through her
I
charade?
mean, you're just as suspicious of her as you were before. You're definitely not convinced that otherwise.
Mm.
Would you... Go on.
Eve doesn't say anything. She just sort of looks, and she has the spell like constantly ready to go. Like if you show yourself to be unfaithful or untrustworthy, you can get your firebolt up your butt.
Would you consent to being bound if you're not willing to lead us?
No.
I mean, if you're bound and we all die, and she comes back here, then you can say you put up a fight.
Yes, because I'm sure she won't kill me for failure.
How do you know we won't kill? No, she wouldn't say that. Just sort of gives her a look and looks back at the rest of the group, like I don't know what to do.
I still don't understand what the problem is. I mean, even though she resisted the spell or whatever, I'm not sure that constitutes being so suspicious of her.
Bjorn, make a perception check.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna kill this. Oh, I didn't do terrible.
I mean, for all we know, she could be Granny and be lying to us.
So from around the corner from where she came from, you think you hear a noise and not like something getting knocked over. It sounds like, I guess groaning would be the best, but you're not 100% sure. But you it seems like you hear that. You hear something, and it sounds like a voice of some kind. Doesn't
Is
sound
it
like
like
words or anything, but
is it like a painful groan, or is it like waking up or something?
kind of a combination of the two of those things.
All right.
Unfortunately, the fact that she even knew that I was casting spells is a worry, Lena.
So is there another spell you can cast that, I don't know, tells you what she is or who she is or anything?
Not what I have prepared at the moment, no.
She's like, look, you guys can go. I just was gonna feed the kids. I can't let you bind me and leave me here if you go and die.
Well, I don't see what the problem is unless she looks back at Sorn and Eve is like, unless you think the soup is poisoned. Beyond that, just giving soup to kids seems fine.
And as you say the poison, you see her take it, and she kind of lifts it up in the air and drinks a little bit of it.
See? I think she's fine.
In truth, we don't know this woman. She could be completely fine. She could also be in league with the other woman and be preparing to strike us from behind. From what I know about sleep spells, you have to have some level of strength to be able to ignore them. So she's not a weak person. And that's what gives me pause for thought. We don't know much about the situation. We don't know how dangerous she could be.
This whole time she's been talking, has she been moving any closer? Like, she says she wants to feed the kids. Has she been trying to do that at all?
She's pretty much stayed where she is.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I could go down the stairs and take a quick peek and see if there's anyone down there.
Might be a good idea.
Bjorn is going to stand up from the crumpled pile and hold his weapon out in front of him to her and say, "You go feed children now."
She starts walking over there.
And he is standing behind her with his weapon at the ready. And as soon as she opens the door, he's looking for the kid's reaction to her, if it's scared or anything like that.
Eve's gonna follow.
Yeah, and she's handing them, and you can see that she does seem to have a fair amount of concern for the kid that's unconscious. And just kind of lifts his head up and tries to get him to. You can see her even kind of like massaging his throat so that it'll like swallow.
The other kids that are awake, I'm going to look at them and say, "Is this woman who took you?"
They both look absolutely terrified by everything, and they shake their head no.
Eve takes off her like heavy cloak and she offers it to the children. She says, "Here,
Hey,
something to keep you warm."
yeah, Bjorn was doing the same. He took his one off and gave it to him. And as soon as she's done handing them the soup, it looks like there's two girls and one boy. Which one is unconscious?
The boy.
The boy. He'll look to them and say, "You can feed him, yes? We need her to come."
And they kind of nod.
Right. And he's going to walk in up to her and just not hit her or anything, but put his weapon behind her back and like nudge her back out the door. And
Okay.
he'll just look to the children and say, "We will be back to help. Just stay quiet. We'll be back soon."
Try and keep warm.
And because he heard them say it, I'm gonna try to grapple her. So that's my athletics, right?
So, as you do that,
Like I'm trying to. I try to wrap my one arm around her with the weapon in it, and I try to grab the weapon with my other hand from the side and pull her into like a tight hold.
so as you like move towards her, she was kind of like looking behind her back because you had the weapon at that. As she sees you sort of make the move, you see this sort of odd thing where her dress kind of like starts to fly up a little bit, and a here, hold this up. So a swarm of insects actually essentially start flying out from underneath her dress, and you see her start to quickly uh, transform. And so everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Mhm.
Knew it.
She's fine, huh, Lena?
Yeah, Lena thinks she's fine. Tara did not think she was fine at all.
It's just a moth. It's
Just a woman.
How it is.
Ooh,
Yeah, because a normal NPC might have, like, say, 10 hit points, but 19?
Lena doesn't know that.
no, yeah. I mean, Bjorn, like when he rolled the really really bad insight, was just like, okay, I'm not gonna do anything. But once like I heard all the other stuff, I was like, okay, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, your magic friends are telling you something's a little off here.
All right. So you see that transition, and these insects fly up, and you see her sort of transform into this hideous creature. And you react quickly, Bjorn, and you go first.
All right. Did the music pause for anyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah, it paused for me too, or at least I think it paused.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, it paused again. It like goes 2 seconds on every single one for some reason.
It's just
Yeah.
roll 20.
Well, yeah, because Roll20, since they changed their music thing, has been kind of wonky anyway.
All right. Well, you're all gonna see Bjorn start breathing very, very heavily and angrily, and he doesn't have his furs on, so you see his like muscles tightening and shit. I'm gonna go into a rage and attempt to swing as hard as I can, like a very, very wide swing, aiming straight for her like neck to jaw region, and try to hit her as hard as possible. Yeah.
19 does hit.
All right. So I will do that, and then I am going to just stay right where I am, trying to keep as much of her attention as possible.
Soren, it is your
Well, as I see Bjorn start swinging and a woman transform, I'm going to activate my blade song. The runes will start flaring up all over his body, and he will start performing with his whip. And I'm going to attack the bugs.
18 definitely hits. Sorry, my roll 20 is being really, really slow, so I'm not. I don't know why it always does that. 5. All right, so you whip her, and it kind of like cracks against her skin, and you see her just kind of chuckle.
Well, I was going for the bugs.
Oh, I'm sorry, the bugs. Okay,
Then I'll...
that's a ballsy move to try and hit insects with a whip, but yeah, that hits them as well.
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right. Right. It is her turn. She would just disappear on me. All right. Sorry, roll 20 is just not doing anything for me right now. I'm just staring at it.
I mean, last week it was Discord, so it's got to be one or the other.
Like, I can't even click on anything.
Now the music's back for me.
Gotta love it. And I pay like $90 a year for Pro that does so well. All right, so Eve, she looks in your direction, and you can see her reach her hand out, and you can see this sort of electricity starts pulsing through her hand, and she casts a spell in your general direction.
Fuck, I don't have hellish rebuke at this level, damn it. It's annoying.
You gotta wait for 3, right?
Yeah. I can't wait till I can scream and have people get hurt.
I
So
can't wait
make
to have
a
context.
dexterity saving throw if you could, please.
Oh no. Oh no.
Wow.
That's my second natural one tonight.
All right.
Why does this world hate me? The D&D gods have cursed me.
Maybe she's just trying to give you frizzy hair. Don't worry too much.
I'm dead. I'm subdued.
Yeah. She casts lightning bolt at you, and you take 28 points of damage, which I believe put you down.
Yeah, oh, fuck. Alright, she's down.
All right.
Guys, do we have a healer?
Nope.
No.
We do have healing potions. And the healing kits.
If she hits me again for that amount of damage, I'm permadead. And I will be making a new character.
Well, that was almost a permanent dead right there.
Yeah,
'cause
that was actually
that was,
almost.
that was 2 points away from killing you outright.
Yeah.
All right. So I just rolled really, really high on that, and you failed to save. So
All right.
Well, dexterity is the one one of the 2 things that I'm really shit at.
All right. Well then.
hey, she didn't want to fight you guys. This is your fault.
Okay. Lena will, I guess. Yeah, she'll move there actually. And pull out her pistol. Take a shot. And then
It's not. What did you?
accent church. I rolled a 12, and then I rolled a 20.
Okay. So the 12 misses.
I don't know if you can see it, Matt, but the 20 did 13 damage.
Okay, that's I could not see it just yet.
Okay.
All right. Team.
And that's all she's gonna do.
Ready? So
We never handed out the healing potions, right? So I think Lena still has them both.
Does Lena have them or does Soren have them?
It was one of you two. I know I did not have them.
Lena
so.
had the healing kits.
Okay. So Soren has the potions then, I guess.
Sure.
And Eve, death saving throw.
Yay, I don't even get a turn. Fuck, how do you do the saving though?
There you go.
Right. It is the swarm of insects' turn. It's going to fly towards Soren since he smacked him with a whip.
My AC is currently 18 due to the Blade Song.
And they just sort of annoy you. They started flying around. You just kind of like wave them off. And Bjorn, it is your turn.
All right. So, if I remember correctly, a creature has to willingly move out of something's range to get an attack of opportunity on it, right?
No. Oh.
Right.
I
Like
thought it was-
if I pushed this thing away, you wouldn't get an attack of opportunity on it, even if you were up. But so what I want to do is I want to pick up Eve and put my back to this creature, knowing that I'm probably going to get hit, but I want to walk her. I could move half my speed. So I want to walk her 1, 2, 3. Actually, no, I'll go.
Why don't you just
one,
pick up the
two.
woman you're holding and move her away?
Well, because I thought I was no longer holding her since I swung my two-handed weapon at her.
You can still like do the shove action.
Now I'm going to pick up Eve and move there, so I can move 15. So I'm going to move there and try to drop her in this area right here next to Lena. And I'll take the attack of opportunity as necessary.
So, for reasons unknown, maybe she's just surprised by the fact that you're being so dumb, but she just sort of like watches you go by and does not. She did attempt. I did attempt it, but so.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll put her down as close to. Yeah, actually, there's fine. And I'll just say, whoever has potions, yes, help. And I'll turn around and still very angrily be looking at this creature with my weapon in both hands. And my only other question, since she did try to attack me, am I still technically raging or no? Since I didn't get hit.
You didn't get hit, so you would not.
Okay. I didn't know if it was just you have to attempt to hit or attempt to be hit, or
You can, if you attempt to attack something but miss, you stay. But if you don't make an attack and you don't get hit,
okay.
then you lose your rage.
Okay, that's fine. Then that is my turn.
All right, Soren, you're up.
I can't remember. Is it an action or a bonus action to feed a potion to someone else?
For
The full
give
action.
to give it to somebody else, it is a full action. To drink one yourself, it's a bonus action.
Right, okay, I'll move across and I will feed Eve the health potion.
Okay.
Yay! Am I rolling for hit points, or is somebody else going to do it?
Oh, he's gonna roll you the worst possible roll. Don't you worry.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got it taken care of.
I'm
Four
good
hit
like
points
that.
and you're back up.
Dude, your rolls tonight have been so bad.
No fucking shit. And I've got no bonus action, so that's me.
Right. It is now this creature's turn again. Here. The whole thing is so messed.
I mean, if you got to roll with normal dice, just do it.
No, it's not even that. It's the character sheet when it converted to this format. Like none of the spells are connected.
Gotcha.
All right. So, Bjorn, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. Wow.
Oh, thank God.
So, you can see that she starts waving her hands a little bit and sort of like speaks in this like horrible guttural sort of like language, and you can see this manifestation, this creature that looks like a devil, sort of like starts to appear in front of you, but then just sort of like blinks out of existence, and you're just at first you're like oh, and then it kind of fades, and you're like, all right, no big deal.
All right.
Did she just try to cast Cause Fear?
No, I was actually casting Phantasmal Killer.
Uh-huh.
So I was basically just trying to make Grayson appear and scare you to death.
Mm-hmm.
But that is her turn, so Lena, you're up.
Lena will... Yeah, she'll move there. Fire another shot. Nope. And then meekly move back.
All right, Eve, you are up.
Eve gets up and she looks fucking pissed. And she probably dropped her crossbow, so she reaches her hand up and casts Ray of Frost at her. But beforehand, she summons her chaotic energy, and her eyes sort of glow silver and white. And I use Tides of Chaos, which will give me advantage on this attack roll. But it'll also mean that from any time from now, the DM can make me cast roll on the board of demonic magic. So I can roll this twice and take the higher.
Yep.
Ooh.
I will take the higher.
Yeah, that sounds good. Right.
You know what? I actually fucking hit something.
Okay, so you reach out and a blue-white streak of light goes towards her and kind of like puts her arm up a little bit, and you can see like her forearm and her hands start to accumulate a bunch of frost, and you can see that she's kind of shaking her arm a little bit annoyed. And go ahead and roll for chaos. Why not?
So what do we roll? Is it 100 or?
Yes, I believe it is.
71.
Where is the chart? What is that? All right. So you gain resistance to all damage for the next minute.
That would have helped.
Oh, I love wild magic.
I mean, isn't there also terrible ones that can happen? I've never played with a wild sorcerer before.
Yes, there are
Oh, yeah.
quite terrible ones.
I could have
She
killed
could-
everyone in this
Yeah,
room.
she could have just cast Fireball on herself, and it would have hit all of them. All right, so
Nice.
it's the insect's turn. It is going to attack Soren again. 17. You said it's 18, right?
Correct.
All right, so they miss again. You're just like they just keep buzzing around your ears and annoying you. Bjorn, you're up.
Alright, I am going to go into another rage and run up and try to shoulder check her a little bit to get her off balance and then swing as hard as I can. I'm going to do it recklessly so I get advantage on this too.
Okay.
So 22 to hit
Yes.
for 12
And-
damage, and you'll have advantage on me next round too if she goes for me. And I don't know if the bugs took an attack of opportunity at me.
$14.
Misses.
Soren, you're up.
Well, I'm going to move across to here.
I really need to get some combat music because this is nice, peaceful music. That's going on in combat.
And I'm going to crack my whip, and electricity is going to start running through it. And I'm going to attempt to cast Lightning Lure. What is that damage
All right. Strength saving throw.
on the hag?
Actually, pretty strong.
One tiny little spark just appears from your finger.
Yeah. I rolled a 20 on her strength throw. She has a +4.
Yeah, then nothing happens.
All right. It is her turn.
This is me realizing we don't have any healers in the group.
Mm-hmm.
And realizing if we go down, we're dead. And we have a.
Yes. That's exciting. That's the best part. Although I think Mike and I were talking about this. I think sorcerers can learn Healing Word. I think.
I think I'll be taking that when I level up.
I thought that was only Divine Soul Sorcerers.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, it might be. I can't remember, but
Well, we're fucked, guys.
okay. So another Wisdom saving throw, Bjorn.
Ah. Nope.
All right. So this time, you sort of feel yourself kind of clamp up, and you can't move.
Okay. So I'm stunned or paralyzed.
It's whole person, yeah. So you're
Okay.
paralyzed.
All right.
So at the end of each of her turns, you can do another Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
So she's not going to move. She can stay there. So Lena, it is your turn.
Lena will attempt her pistol again and see what happens.
Yes, that hits.
Yay.
So you can see there's another bullet goes in, and you can see that it hits her chest this time, and she sort of like coughs a little bit of blood, and she kind of staggers a little bit.
Lena just lets out a little yes before going on to the other side of the bugs again.
All right, Evelyn, you are up.
Eve is still pissed, so she's gonna do the exact same thing. Tides of Chaos. Ray of Frost it. Did I just roll 3 natural
Oh
ones?
my god.
Okay, I
Go
think
ahead.
I need to leave.
Yeah, go ahead and roll another D100.
I think I need to leave because I've rolled 5 natural ones tonight.
Yep.
Wow, that's great.
Let's all go
Two in
home,
a row.
guys.
I think I'm fucking cursed. Holy shit. Alright. Guys, you do realise if I roll just as unlucky right now, we're all dead.
Yeah.
And I don't have the thing of Wild Magic up, so it's,
No, you
Oh.
roll 2d10.
I don't tell me what it is until the DM
Yeah.
tells.
Wow, those are some terrible rolls.
What happened?
But you gained 3 hit points. It was 2d10 health.
Well, fuck me, right?
You know for damn sure if it was take damage, you would have 10.
Oh yeah.
I would die. Alright, so
All right. So Swarm of Insects. Lena, if you want to take an attack of opportunity on these, you can.
Yes, she will Can she pull out a rapier and just whack him?
Sure.
These
Back.
bugs do just have a thing for me.
Yes. That does hit them actually.
Yay!
Right. So you take down a few of those bugs with the sword, and then they go ahead and try and bite Sorn again. 17.
Nope.
They suck. All right. Bjorn, you are paralyzed, so you can't do anything until the end of her turn. Sorn, you're up.
Isn't it at the end of my turn I make a save?
Let me double check on that.
The target can make another wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turns, yeah.
At the end of each of its turns. Yeah, you're right.
All
So
right.
wisdom saving. I read that wrong.
12?
Nope.
Fuck!
Well, okay, I'll take one
If it
step.
makes you feel, I'll just let you know it's a 13 DC.
Oh, yay. Okay.
So I will ignore the bugs still, take one step forward, pull out some random powder, and blow it towards the hag and cast poison spray.
Constitution save. She has no resistance.
So I'm basically doing a poison breath.
6. All right. So she takes 10 points of damage.
Yeah, that's it for me.
And you can see that now, like, she is really coughing up blood now, and she's sort of swaying a little bit. You can see that she's quite hurt at this point. Is her turn.
Is
She's
hold
actually just
person
going to-
concentration?
That is a good question.
It is a good question. It is. Yes, it is
Yeah.
concentration.
Don't worry, she'll roll like a 20.
Or should I have to roll a 10 to keep
Yeah.
it up?
13.
Yeah.
So she is just going to go ahead and she's actually going to, since you just put poison on her, she's going to stand up and she's just going to claw at your face, Thorn.
Sweet.
That's a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she walks up and just rakes her fingers across your face, and I rolled max damage. You take 15 points of slashing damage.
Well, that's 5 for the temporary. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
That gets her the bonus 5. That's the other thing. I don't Eve, I don't know if you counted that 5.
I did. I took it into
Okay.
account.
Cool. Lena and Bjorn haven't even been hit yet.
I'm trying to get hit.
So essentially you take 10 points of damage, like, total, for what your normal is. So Lena, it is your turn.
Okay, Lena's got her rapier out, so she's gonna 5, 10, 15. Come over here to get at advantage with Sorn and attack again with a rapier. Good thing she had advantage.
All right. So how do you want to do this?
Oh, she's going to, I guess, stab the hag in the back and then try to slash her head off.
All right. So you stab her through the heart, and you see her, like, sort of like choke a little bit, and then you pull the sword out and lop her head off. There are still insects.
And I can move again, right, since she's dead?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Lena will just flick her rapier to get some of the blood off.
So Eve, it is your turn.
Eve is still a grumpy bitch, but she turns towards the bugs. She lifts her other hand up, not the same hand with the ice, and it sort of starts to glow, and a firebolt erupts in her hand. But you notice it isn't red fire; it's white fire. Just a little bit of flavor, and she tides of chaos again, because fuck, why not? Third time lucky. I will take that 22 with the 8 fire damage.
And they had 8 hit points, so they're dead.
Let's see if
Just for fun, just go ahead and do another D100.
And let's see if we're dead. 60.
Oh, you gain your lowest level expended spell slot, so I guess you get a level 1 spell slot back.
What is this fucking luck?
Well, I mean, it's kind of making up for your rolls.
Yeah.
I like if you rolled a 61 or a 62. For the next minute, you must shout when you speak. That's good
Alright,
stuff.
well, I get my level 1 spell. One of my level 1 spell slots back. Nice.
So, we are out of combat.
Yay.
I just realized something. Does anyone here watch anime?
Some of it.
Yep.
Does anyone know My Hero Academia?
Yep.
Yep.
I just made Todoroki in D&D. She's half ice and half fire.
Nice.
Oh.
And traumatized as well.
All right, Matt, just because of what has happened before with stuff coming back, I'm going to take one of my hand axes and take this thing's head off. Oh, no, its head's already off. Never mind.
Yep,
I don't
her
do
head's
that.
already off. Yep.
I'm gonna burn body.
Well, I'm going to stand to one side and take one of my healing kits.
Yeah, Eve, just so that you're aware, because the magic is outlawed and potions are rare, we're doing healer's kits as basically as what did I say? 1d4 plus
2.
1d4 plus 2 as
And
we're using that
yeah.
as an alternative to healing potions because these will be readily available. They're just kind of weak.
And Soren, just so you know, you're only rolling the 2 there. You're not rolling the D anything.
Yeah, I clicked it again, but yeah, just a minute. So it's 1d4 plus 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I said, I was just wondering why I was just rolling 2s.
Eve, I've got some healer's kit as well. Let me get some of your wounds.
Sure, that would be useful. Fuck, lightning hurts.
There we go.
There, and she just used 2 of her healing kits for you.
Thank you. That should get me back to full perfectly, actually.
Bjorn's going to walk in to the kids and just, do you know where others are?
And they all shake their head no. And you remember you did hear something on the other side too.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, Bjorn. Well, Bjorn would have totally forgotten. So he's going to look at them and say, you can move, yes? We get you home.
Does someone want to stay with the children? I can quickly go out, turn around, and see if I can find the others.
We probably shouldn't go alone.
Bjorn just shouts back, we should move as a group. We get children to come with us.
Are they
Perhaps
strong enough to walk?
I carry.
3 children?
Yes.
Looks at you.
How many of them? Just the one? Is he still unconscious or no?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so I'll pick him up in one arm, and then I'll grab the other ones and I'll say, "Do you wish to walk or do you wish to hold on?" And I'll motion for my back.
They both just kind of motion that they want to get on your back. You can tell that they're all extremely weak and very, very tired.
All right. I'll say, "Hey, yes, grab on," and I'll let them grab on, and I'll try to throw another piece of clothing, like cloak or something, back on over them as well.
Yeah, once they're on your back, Eve will move and put her cloak over the 2 on your back.
And I'll just say, if you need stop, just tell me. And I'll start trying to slowly walk in until we get back to where the others are.
Well, hey there. Bjorn, stop.
Yes, there's someone there.
I forgot to move my tokens, so I'm gonna move now.
Well, I'll look at the children on my shoulder and say, "Do you know who this is?"
They don't. So basically
Fireball.
what you're seeing here as you're getting close, you can see that this area has been sort of like cordoned off, and it's even though you don't see it in here, it's kind of like a pantry. So like you can see that it actually it's sort of storage, and you can see there's barrels and there's like jars of things, and you can see that it smells horrible as you kind of come around the corner here. You can see that what appears to be like maybe like organs in jars, and you can see some like eyes floating and like what appear to be lips of some kind.
Do I see tiefling horns?
You don't see any tiefling horns.
Okay.
But it's pretty horrible. Even Bjorn, all the gore and guts and stuff you've seen, this is kind of like ugh. And you can see that
it's in a battle, not in a collection.
Right. And you can see that there is a man, and let me see if it. So he's an elf, half elf, as you can as best you can tell. At this point, his clothes are so ragged. He's almost nearly nude at this point, and he's got a sign that's around his neck. He's chained to the wall, and there's a sign hanging around his neck that says "mincemeat" on it, written very terribly. And he is seemingly unconscious at this point. It looks like he was probably a fairly muscular man, but he is quite emaciated at this point.
I'm gonna bend down and let the kids get off my back and put the other one. I'll look to Lena. I'll say, hey, hold him for a moment. Yes.
Hold him?
And I'll like go to hand to the boy.
Oh, of course. And Lena will attempt to carry the boy.
And I'll just say, I try to wake him up, see who he is. Yes.
Okay.
And I'll walk up, kneel down in front of him, and just kind of like try to pick his head up a little bit and like give him a little slap on the cheek, not hard, just like try to jar him awake. And just say,
unresponsive.
Is he breathing?
Very faintly.
All right. I'll take out a bit of my bottle of liquor and just pour it or run it under his nose, see if it wakes him up.
Nope.
I'll pour it in his mouth.
Just runs out.
All right. My last option, didn't want to do it because it's so cold, but I'll take out a bit of water skin and just dump it over him.
Doesn't react.
All right. You said he's chained to the wall?
Yes.
Can I try to pull the chains out of the wall?
Yeah. Go ahead and do a strength. Yeah. You can see that they were not fastened to the wall very well, and it sort of like drops.
All right. So I will look at the others and say, I can carry him if each of you wish to take one of children.
Yes, that sounds fine with me.
We should look very quickly around to make sure other two are not here.
Yes, I wouldn't mind going to check that basement she was talking about.
Well, then I will group up everyone. I'll like get everyone to me, and I'll look to everyone else and say, should someone stay with children?
Perhaps we just leave them here for a moment. Have them maybe hide amongst the jars and things.
No, I think one of us should stay. I can stay with the children.
Well, actually, there's no way out around here, right? This is all closed off.
Correct.
So we might as well take them with us. So yeah, I'll pick up the guy and start carrying him, and I'll just lead the way this way then. Because, yeah, we've already looked through everything else. This is the way we kind of have to go.
I guess we'll get to bring a child with us. Yay.
Into a dark basement inside a cave. What could go wrong?
This is probably a bad idea. We should probably just leave them up here for now.
But as it's 3:00 in the morning for our British friends,
Thank you.
we will go ahead and end it here.